Good morning, everyone. So I will just ask if everybody can hear me. If I could ask if you could give me a thumbs up or nod. Fantastic, thank you. And if I could ask that everybody please check that your microphones are on mute. So we are doing an audio recording of today's hearing, and I can see that that has commenced. The recording will start automatically at the beginning of each of the hearing days. A link to the copy of each hearing day will be made available on the Engage Victoria website later in the week or a couple of days after the hearing, or as soon as we can get it up. So today's recording will be available in the next few days online. So welcome to the hearing for the Victoria Murray Floodplain Restoration Project Environmental Effects Statement, which is also known as the EES Central Package. The EES Central Package includes the proposed Belsar-Yungarra Floodplain Restoration Project and the Hatter Lakes North Floodplain Restoration Project. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm co-chair of the Victoria Murray Floodplain Restoration Project Standing Inquiry and Advisory Committee, and I am chair of the EES Central Package. I will refer to the EES Central Committee, so this committee, as just the committee from now on, just for the sake of everybody's, for the shorthand, the benefit of everybody. The committee would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land and waters that we meet and work upon, particularly the lands and waters that are the focus of this committee's work. We acknowledge and pay our respects to the elders past and present, and to the wider Aboriginal community. An invitation to today's hearing has been sent directly to all parties, and a publicly accessible link has been placed on the Engage Victoria website. Welcome to all hearing participants and to also to those observing. We will go through introductions in a moment, but first I would like to explain some online hearing protocols. So parties can participate in the hearing using the link, of course. If you are a party, if I could ask that you please put your first and last name in the participant link list, which you'll find usually on the right-hand side of your screen. If you're representing an organisation, we would appreciate it if you could put the organisation's name so that the committee can easily identify you. Instructions were provided to all parties with the hearing timetable. So if you do need any assistance, please go to those, and you can also get assistance from the Planning Panels Victoria office or the proponent. I will invite key parties to speak or to answer questions from the committee at the appropriate times. Participants shouldn't interrupt somebody who's speaking. If you do need to raise something with the committee or ask a question, please use the raised hand function, which is also, you'll find that function usually down the bottom of your screen. You can put up your virtual hand or by putting your name in the chat, just stating that you'd like to ask a question. And I will come to you at an appropriate time during the hearing to ask you for your question or invite you to speak. And I ask all parties to please not use that chat function. We have enough happening on the screen without people chatting through that chat function as well. If we have too many participants with cameras on, it can cause delays and glitches. I ask that throughout the hearing, we only have committee members and a representative of the proponent to have cameras on at all times, and that any other person speaking or presenting during the hearing to have their camera on at the time that they're presenting. If you do have any technical issues, you can contact the proponent, so representative of Lower Murray Water, for technical support. And if you've got a pen, I will give you a phone number. So it's 0350510700, and support is available on that number between 9:30 and 4:30 each day. If you cannot use or you have difficulty getting through, you can also email the Victoria Murray Floodplain Restoration Project email at Planning Panels, the one at Planning Panels Victoria that everybody will have been receiving correspondence through, and somebody will let the chair know or let me know that you're wanting to speak, and I will come to you at the appropriate time. So as I mentioned, we'll just run through some introductions now. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm chair of this committee, considering EES Central. I have experience and expertise in strategic and environmental planning. I will now ask each committee member to briefly introduce themselves, starting with Member Kirsch, who is Deputy Chair on this matter. So Member Kirsch.
Thank you. My background is in strategic and statutory planning, and I've been involved in a number of EES processes in recent years. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Bell.
My name is Alyssa Bell. I have background in science and law, and I've been a sessional member since 2018 and a member of a number of EES panel committees.
Thank you. Dr. Briscoe.
Yep, my name's Sandra Briscoe. I've got a background in environmental science and management, specialising in river and floodplain management, and I'm here providing specialist advice on river and floodplain ecology.
Thank you. Member Carruthers.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Carruthers. My background's in civil engineering and large development projects, also natural resource management and rural water supply. I've been a member of Planning Panels Victoria since 2003, and I'm also currently a sessional member at VCAT since 2016. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ham.
Thank you. My name is Ian Ham. My background is in Aboriginal affairs, traditional owner engagement and Aboriginal cultural heritage, and I also look at social and economic impact as well.
Thank you, Member Ham. So for the benefit of parties, we ask that you refer to committee members as either a member and our surname, and for Sandra Briscoe as Dr. Briscoe. And you can identify us with our Planning Panels Victoria backgrounds as well, for those who are less familiar with the process. The committee is being assisted by Planning Panels Victoria's Senior Project Officer, Amy Selvaraj, and Project Support Officer, Gabrielle Truce. If parties do need assistance at any time, please contact either Amy or Gabby. So I'll now ask parties to the hearing to introduce themselves and their teams and to indicate who you are representing. If you have a preferred term of address, could you please advise this in the introductions? And I will come back to you to ask you to identify any preliminary matters shortly. So if we could just stick to introductions at this stage, that would be appreciated. And we will start with the proponent. So welcome.
Thank you for that welcome and good morning.
My name is... Sorry, Mr. Townsend, you're about to introduce. I can't hear you very clearly. If you could just increase your volume.
Yes, bear with me. Should be up. Can you hear me now?
But I think it's okay. Are the other members here? Yes, we'll continue, but if at some stage I might get you to try to increase the volume. Thank you.
I will. And just before I do that, I'll just try one more thing. Is that any better by any chance?
Just maybe a smidge better.
No? Okay. Well, we have plugged ourselves into a speaker system here and it might be affecting me. And we will look at that during the break.
Thank you.
If there's any difficulty in between times, please sing out and I'll raise my voice. But for present purposes, may I introduce myself, Chris Townsend. I'm a barrister. Robert Forrester is currently on the screen also. He is a barrister. We are the barristers for the proponent, Lower Murray Water. We're instructed by Sally Ann Everett and William Bartley of Clayton Utes, so you'll see as participants, but not on screen. And we have with us participating or observing, but not on screen, a number of people from the VMFRP team, if I can call them that, which includes both Lower Murray Water individuals, but also people from cooperating agencies. I won't give you all their names, but there are a number of us observing, but primarily one or other of me or Mr. Forrester will be on screen.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend, and welcome to you and the wider team as well. I will just ask if the representative Department of Transport and Planning Impact Assessment Unit would be interested or happy to introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is Amy Young from the Department of Transport and Planning Impact Assessment Unit. We administer the EES process on behalf of the Minister for Planning. Also, part of the team here is Daniel Banfay, Jessica Cook, and Marco Gutierrez Gonzalez.
Thank you and welcome. So other parties present who would like to introduce themselves, and I can see that Dr. Kelly has her camera on, so I'll come to you. And I can't hear you, Dr. Kelly. Just while you're having, oh, there we go, thank you.
Hi, my name's Jackie Kelly. I'm from Swan Hill and I'm the chairperson of Friends of Nivenifra Park.
Lovely, thank you, Dr. Kelly, and welcome. Ms. Mabry.
Good morning, Member Kendall. Ellen Mabry. I'm a lawyer from Environmental Justice Australia, appearing on behalf of Environment Victoria at this hearing. And throughout the hearing, I'll also be joined by my colleague, Natalie Hogan, and others from EV and EJA may observe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Curley.
Hi, I'm Matt Curley from DECA. I'm the Acting Program Manager for the Planning and Approvals team and representing the Minister for Environment Interests. I'm here to observe and take questions on notice, and I'll go back to the broader team. There's a lot of us. So yeah, just let me know if there's any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other parties here? Yes. Jamie Pittock, hi, welcome.
Member Kendall, thank you. Professor Jamie Pittock from the Fenner School of Environment and Society at the Australian National University, and I expect to be joined by my colleague, Dr. Matthew Koloff. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll just give it a moment to see if any other parties present would like to introduce themselves. Okay, so we will, as parties do join us for their submissions, provide them with the opportunity to introduce themselves. So we'll keep moving. We just have a number of preliminary matters to run through before we move into the proponents' submissions this morning. I'll move through these as efficiently as I can. Firstly, in relation to the directions hearing, the committee ran a directions hearing on the 28th of November, and an audio recording of the directions hearing is available on the Engage Victoria website. Following the directions hearing, the committee issued to parties the committee's directions on the 1st of December, a timetable, which has since been updated, and we're working to version 2, which was issued on the 22nd of December. We also, with that letter and timetable, attached information about the process for participating in the hearing. And parties will have also received a distribution list for the hearing, which we're working to version 4, that was distributed on the 19th of December. We went through the project in some detail at the directions hearing, so I will only very briefly recap here on the role of the committee. So the committee is considering EES Central, which, as you know, relates to the Belsayungra and Hatter Lakes North Floodplain restoration projects. The committee has been appointed as both an inquiry under the Environment Effects Act 1978 to assess the environmental effects statement prepared by the proponent, and as an advisory committee under the Planning and Environment Act 1987 to assess the draft planning scheme application that's intended to facilitate the projects. So the role and purpose of the committee is set out in more detail in our terms of reference that were issued by the Minister for Planning on the 16th of August 2022. The terms of reference are available on the Engage Victoria website, and I encourage all parties to be familiar with the committee's terms of reference and what it's required to consider. Moving on to documents. So as directed, parties are required to circulate documents by uploading them to the online document sharing platform and notifying parties. Thank you very much to the proponent for hosting and managing this system and supporting parties to use it. As of yesterday, we had 120 documents that have been tabled, and the most current document list is version 21 that was uploaded to the Engage Victoria website yesterday. Documents will be numbered as they come in and added to the list and to the Engage Victoria webpage that will continue to be updated regularly, as well as the document list. Thank you very much to the proponent for the timely circulation of documents so far. It's been greatly appreciated by the committee, considering the time of year as well, and most likely everybody trying to have somewhat of a break over the new year. So thank you very much. Parties are reminded that they need to circulate documents by 12 noon on the day before the information is due to be presented to the hearing. And I refer to parties to document 21 for the guide to uploading documents if you do need assistance. And continuing with the timely submission of documents, I just ask that parties continue that throughout the hearing process for the benefit of the committee and parties. And if you're not able to comply with that time frame, to advise the committee well in advance and to request leave from the committee to provide that material at a later date. The committee has a few questions relating to some of the documents received. I will run through these now and ask the proponent if you could just make note and explain to the committee at some stage during your submissions at an appropriate time to respond to these. Firstly, in relation to the expert elicitation report, if the proponent could please outline and explain the criteria used to determine the participants in the process who were considered experts and their relevant expertise, and to explain why one of the experts chose to remain anonymous, and how weight was given to the views of experts, including the anonymous expert. So whether it was equally weighted or otherwise. The next question relates to the day one versions of the project documentation. So the proponent circulated day one versions as directed of the draft planning scheme amendment and also the environmental delivery standards. The direction related to the environmental management framework, including the environmental delivery standards, and I just wanted confirmation from the proponent that whether it had any changes to other parts of the environmental management framework at this stage, and if changes are proposed during the hearing, what its proposed process is for issuing those. So noting that the day one document of the environmental delivery standards were separate to the balance of the document, the environmental management framework. I ask any party intending to make recommendations or comments on versions of the documents to be very clear in explaining which version of the document they're commenting on, whether it's the exhibited versions of the documents or the day one versions issued by the proponent. And the final document question is not so much a question, but a request. The committee received a request from Professor Pittock. Actually, Professor Pittock is with us. So I will read this just for to keep us moving though. He requested a document for the proponent to be distributed to all parties, that being the document called Cost of Further Water Purchases / Irrigation Industry Impacts. Key findings, a document prepared by RMCG and released in 2021. So the document's referred to in the EES and cannot be sourced via a public search. It's referred to in Chapter 3 of the EES, and the committee would be interested in this document being circulated to all parties if that's possible. So they were the only comments and requests in relation to documents. So just a few more preliminary matters that I'll run through. Firstly, or next, is the site visit. So as parties will know, it's not been possible to undertake a site visit prior to the hearing commencing, and the committee understands the proponent will provide a range of visual material to assist the committee and parties to understand key parts of the project areas during its submissions. We do have the site visit still scheduled for week 4 in the timetable, and according to directions, parties were invited to nominate locations or features for the site visit and to indicate their intention to attend the inspection if it proceeds. So we did receive advice from a number of parties about indicating potential sites as well as an interest in attending. And the proponent did issue a draft itinerary on the 12th of December. The committee directed the proponent to advise whether the site inspection would be possible due to the current flooding events by Monday this week. And the proponent has advised that it remains expected that the site inspection will not be possible as proposed in the draft itinerary. However, a one-day site inspection may be possible to access some relevant locations in the study area and the surrounding context, subject to prevailing conditions. So the committee is interested and would like to proceed with a site inspection on that basis if possible. If the site inspection proceeds on either of the days originally planned, either the 7th or 8th of Feb, this would need to be confirmed by Thursday this week, the 19th of January, in order to make the necessary arrangements. So the committee is interested in hearing an update from the proponent shortly on how feasible it would be to have the one-day site inspection as suggested. So I'll ask Mr. Townsend to run us through that in a moment. I'd just like to note as well, it's been raised or it's to our attention that there are also issues with mosquito-borne diseases occurring in the region that weren't originally on our radar when we were discussing the itinerary and potential site visits. So I understand that may not be something the proponent can respond to in the moment, but as we progress, if the site visit is confirmed, we'd be interested for the proponent to advise on any health and safety measures required relating to that as well. And just before I do come to you, Mr. Townsend, I'd just like to note as well, the committee and the proponent received an email directly from Professor Pittock questioning the merit of a site inspection on the basis that he was concerned he didn't consider the suggestion to inspect non-project areas that have received environmental waters relevant to the issues before the committee. So I just wanted to, I advised via the PPV office advised that I would just mention that before I hand to you for discussion, Mr. Townsend, which I will do right now.
Thank you very much, Member Kendall. Is my sound better?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
That's good. Look, would you like me to address you on a few of those matters or where I can, or just the side?
Oh, yes. No, you're welcome to. Thank you.
I can't answer all, but while I've got the mic, as it were, but in reverse order, as to the site inspection, I should say as an aside, we disagree that visiting other projects is not relevant or informative, but I can put that to one side for present purposes. The practical response is that while we had indicated that there might be an opportunity to do some limited inspection, we had done so really as a keeping the options open basis rather than on any firm understanding that it was possible. I can indicate that if the deadline to know whether it's possible is this Thursday, then the answer, I think the safest answer is no, it would not be possible. The circumstances are that access to the area is really governed and managed by Parks Victoria. And as we understand it at the moment, there are real limitations on allowing persons into the area, full stop. That might also embrace the question the matter you raised of mosquito-borne disease. I don't know if it does or not, but certainly our instructions are that it's not possible. But what we had in mind when we wrote that letter was that if in a couple of weeks' time or if something changed, we might be able to let you know, but it won't be this week.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I'm happy to accept that. We will we'll continue to discuss that then over the next few days. Yeah, thank you.
If anything changes, perhaps on that very outside chance, maybe if we leave it there for now, but I won't come back to you this Thursday with any changing advice.
No problems. Thank you.
Thank you. As to some of those other matters, I'll need some instructions on some of them, but just in reverse order, the document, I wasn't yet familiar about Professor Piddock's request about that document, so we've made arrangements here to get some instructions. I can come back to you on that. As to an update to the EMF, we were conscious of that direction, and indeed it's consistent with other EESs, certainly I've been involved in. I'm probably largely responsible for why the day one documents are limited to the main statutory documents. The EMF being more of a textual document with recommendations through the evidence. We would certainly be amenable to producing a day two or a version of it, but it seemed it might be unwieldy to do it just for a word here and there along the way rather than as a package. So I wondered, unless the committee had a strong view about it, whether we might leave the broader EMF document to later in the hearing or with the closing submissions with any updates to it in one lot. Certainly we'll be producing a version 2 at the very least, if not a final, of the other documents. And at that point we could submit the EMF more broadly with any changes in one go. So if that suited the committee, we're very happy to do it that way.
Yes, thank you. I'm comfortable with that approach. I just wanted to confirm and ensure that we firstly hadn't missed anything. There's nothing critical in the balance of the document. Thank you.
No, that's fine. You asked some questions about expert elicitation. It is something we'll be addressing you about. I'll explain to you when we get to opening our case. So rather than treat that as a preliminary matter, it might be something I can address you over the next couple of days.
Yes, thank you.
And unless I think they're the only matters I can really respond to now, and subject to no doubt some crossover when you hear us in our submissions we're going to make shortly.
Yes, lovely. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I've just got a couple of other matters to run through, and then I will hand back to you, Mr. Townsend. So the next matter relates to traditional owner engagement. The committee issued a direction for the Mallee Catchment Management Authority that I'll start to refer to as the CMA as we progress, to provide an update on the process of contacting traditional owners and interested party groups by the 14th of December. The information was provided by the proponent. Thank you very much for providing that update and for providing information about the hearing process to traditional owner groups. Going forward and in looking forward to the other VMFRP matters, the committee's preference is to obtain relevant contact details and directly invite traditional owner groups to make submission to participate in the hearing process if we are in a position to do so. And in anticipation of the referral of future projects to the Standing Inquiry and Advisory Committee, the lead chair wrote to First Peoples State Relations on the 19th of December asking for further assistance. First Peoples State Relations advised the lead chair on the 21st of December that it understood in relation to EES Central that Mallee CMA is primarily responsible for engaging with traditional owner groups and interested parties with no registered Aboriginal party, and is the most likely avenue for the EES Central Committee for contacting relevant traditional owners. And that First Peoples State Relations was not in a position to provide any further assistance in relation to that. So that was really just a recap for the information of parties. And Mr. Townsend, I'll just ask if you do have any comment or anything you'd like to add to that.
No, we certainly don't have any update on parties. One of the matters we are going to touch on discreetly in this over the course of the hearing is the question of traditional owners. But I would like to just say this is a preliminary matter on the notice. I did go back and look at the terms of reference, and I noted the language of the term of reference that asks the committee to have regard to any views, but then it has that adjunct to the term of reference that says and seek the views if not known. And it did, I think that's where the lead chair's correspondence had also emerged from, no doubt. The point I'd just like, I'll just touch on this, and I don't think it'll become pressing by any means, but I should point out that, of course, the notification obligations and rights of persons to participate, particularly private groups, is always beholden to the limits at which the Planning Environment Act, or indeed the Environment Effects Act, would compel somebody to participate. And it seemed to me that perhaps just it's a turn of phrase in that term of reference, but under a liberal democracy, or under particularly in a circumstance like this where engagement with traditional owners is so interwoven historically through policy formation on an ongoing basis through the operations of the water holder and the CMA, and in the proposed implementation framework, that it is important to bear in mind that we must not insist on views being provided to a forum like this. People have equally got the right, all people, to say nothing. So the only point I wanted to raise was more of that filtering, if you like, of that term of reference, that it be subjected very much to the principles of engagement, notification and rights to participate under both acts, but not by accident used in a way that would cross the line and have a committee requiring somebody to participate if they don't want to. I would say that about any group, not just traditional owners, but I just wondered whether it's worth making that point at the moment, because at our end, with being asked also to get views, my advice to my client would certainly be there is a natural limit on how far anyone should go, because it's a right to participate. It's not an obligation. And so I just think I'll say that up front in case it helps with any of that discussion as we go. But more importantly, what you will have seen in our material is we're going to address you discreetly on the broader topic of how the EES and how these packages are framed and how the implementation framework engages with traditional owners on an ongoing basis.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. We're certainly very aware of the requirements in the terms of reference, and just wanting to ensure that we've covered our bases to make sure people are fully aware of our process. And we are at the point where we have closed the loop, I'd say, on ensuring that we've done all we can to make sure people are aware, and if they're interested in participating, that they have chosen or will choose to do so. Thank you. So moving on, a couple of final matters before I open up for others to raise any preliminary matters. Firstly, as I mentioned, we're working to timetable version 2. We did indicate that we'd issue an updated timetable when the site visit arrangements are confirmed. At this stage, I suggest that we leave it. We'll continue to discuss that as mentioned earlier. Mr. Townsend, we may, if the site visit doesn't proceed in any form that week, we can have a discussion about the closing day and the timing of that. Given that's scheduled for after the site visit, we've probably got some room in the timetable there to bring that forward if appropriate. I note, the only change to the version 2 timetable is the Friends of Naya VMFRP Park no longer calling an expert. However, the day and the time of the presentation is the same as originally scheduled, and the party has advised that Mr. Korodaj will now be providing a written report that the party will speak to. And just to note that we do have morning and tea breaks, of course, scheduled, as well as a 1-hour lunch break each day. And my intention is to stick to the scheduled times for break. Experience with sitting in hearings, it can be a long day sitting at the screens, and the breaks are very critical for just looking after ourselves and keeping fresh throughout the hearing process. So a quick run through of what we're about to move through from the proponent submission, and I understand, Mr. Townsend, you will cover off on this in some detail, so just a very high level summary from me. So the proponent is scheduled to present to the committee over the next for 6 days over the next 2 weeks. Today and tomorrow, the proponent will present its introductory and opening submissions, as well as descriptive and explanatory presentations about the project itself, the projects. On Thursday, we will hear evidence on groundwater from Greg Hoxley and surface water from Simon Treadwell. Next week, we'll be hearing evidence on aquatic ecology, terrestrial ecology, both flora and fauna, and also bushfire. It is noted that the proponent advised in a letter on the 15th of December that it no longer intends to call an expert in Aboriginal cultural heritage. The proponent has included in its Part B submission the approximate time required for evidence in chief for experts. So thank you very much for that. And the committee is happy that these suggested times can be accommodated in the timetable. The timetable does provide for 2 reserved days for the proponent's submission if that's needed, this Friday and also Monday the 30th of January. And clearly we can consider if these are needed closer to the day. And in relation to expert evidence, when we do hear from the experts, I will speak in more detail about the process of cross-examination on Thursday before we hear from experts. But just as a reminder, that the experts may present a summary of evidence that must not introduce new material and must be provided the day before the expert is scheduled to appear. And parties wishing to cross-examine an expert must be in attendance for all of the evidence in chief, and they will need to notify the committee by 4 p.m. the day before the evidence is due to be given, with an indication of the time required for cross-examination. Parties must not ask questions that another party has already asked, so it is important that parties are present for the entire evidence and cross-examination. Just finally, before I come to other parties for preliminary matters, confirming that as advised at the directions hearing, the committee will not sit with all members on every day, although we must have either the chair or the deputy chair present to have a quorum. The member sitting will depend on the evidence being presented and the nature of issues raised by submitters presenting on any given day. And I will let all parties know at the start of each day who'll be joining us on that day, noting that today and tomorrow that we will have all of the committee members in attendance for the proponents opening and introductory submissions. So I will now open up for other preliminary matters. I do note Dr. Kelly has her hand up, but I will come to you first, Mr. Townsend, and then I'll come to you, Dr. Kelly, following that.
I think I've covered in the opportunity you gave me matters I can raise, except to say that in organising our people, we have proceeded on the basis that we're unlikely to ask you to come in this Friday on the reserved day, but that we would leave the 30th of January up our sleeve if needed.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Dr. Kelly.
I'm not sure how Mr. Townsend was, I'm not sure what he was talking about when he said the liberal democracy and that we must not insist on getting certain groups' opinions or submissions or whatever. I feel concerned.
Sorry, Dr. Kelly, do you have a specific question or a preliminary matter? And also, I can't see you. I'm not sure if your camera's on, but you're not showing at my end. So I'll just get you to pop that on. And just if I could clarify, the purpose of preliminary matters is really just to pick up on anything that needs to be clarified before we move into the hearing proper. If you do have comment, you're welcome to make it in your submissions. But if you do have a question of clarification, you're welcome to ask that now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could Mr. Townsend, on behalf of the proponent, explain why there hasn't been a report on Indigenous input, or it sounds disingenuous to say we must not insist on?
Dr. Kelly, I'm going to ask for Mr. Townsend to respond to that during his submissions, because I know that the proponent has indicated it's intending to go through that in some detail. So unless Mr. Townsend, there's anything you particularly wanted to say at this stage, I'm happy for that to be that response to that question to come through your submissions. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. And if there are other issues, clearly when you have your submissions, if you have other questions following hearing from the proponent, you're welcome to provide the committee with your thoughts during your submission. Were there any other preliminary matters? No, Dr. Kelly, your hand is still up. I'll just check. Was there anything else? Or I'm just thinking it might still just be up. Thank you. Okay, well, if no other parties, I may have said earlier that we would move into submissions from the proponent, but of course we are first scheduled to hear from the Impact Assessment Unit, Department of Transport and Planning. I know we're running slightly behind time, which I've already made comment about sticking to our break time. So we may hear now from the Department of Transport and Planning, and then Mr. Townsend, I'll check with you if you'd like to have schedule our break or have our break before we do commence, rather than come to you for 15 minutes, but we'll see how we're tracking for time. So welcome to Ms. Young, and I will hand directly to you for your submission. And thank you very much for coming along and presenting to parties to provide some background and context to the matters before us.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chair and members of the SIAC, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the various lands on which we meet today. For me, I live and work in Melbourne on the land of the Wurundjeri people. I would like to pay respect to the elders past and present. As mentioned, my name is Amy Young and I am a Senior Impact Assessor in the Impact Assessment Unit within the Planning Group, which was part of the former Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning, but is now part of the new Department of Transport and Planning after the Victorian Government announced its new ministry and a series of machinery of government changes to various Victorian Government departments, which came into effect on the 1st of January 2023. These changes to the Victorian Government departments do not change the administration of the EES process. DTP's planning group, specifically the Impact Assessment Unit, administers the EES process on behalf of the Minister for Planning. Along with Daniel Banfay, I have led management of the EES process for the Hatter Lakes North and Belsa-Yungara floodplain restoration projects, referred to as EES Central, under the Environment Effects Act and in accordance with the ministerial guidelines and procedures and requirements issued for this EES. I've prepared a written statement which was supplied to SIAC last week and has been published on the Engage Victoria website for the EES Central hearing as document number 109. I do not propose to read the whole statement supplied as it is available to everyone, but I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight a few points. This statement is made on behalf of DTP's planning group, specifically the Impact Assessment Unit, and is contextual. It is provided to give background on the EES process and set out relevant matters for the inquiry and submitters to understand about the process undertaken to date. This statement is not made in relation to the merits of the project, the EES itself, or the predicted effects, or the substance of submissions made by any party. We will be in receipt of the SIAC's report in due course and will be responsible for advising the Minister on the assessments of the 2 projects that need to be issued under the Environment Effects Act at the conclusion of the EES process. In December 2020, the Minister for Planning determined under the Environment Effects Act that an EES was required for the Hatter Lakes North and Belsa-Yungara projects due to their potential for significant effects on the environment. The projects were also determined to be controlled actions under the Commonwealth EPBC Act because of their potential for significant impacts on matters of national environmental significance, such as listed threatened species for both projects and for the Hatter Lakes North project, the nearby Ramsar wetlands. The EES process is accredited to assess impacts on matters of national environmental significance under the EPBC Act through the bilateral assessment agreement between the Commonwealth and the State of Victoria. The Minister for Planning's assessment under the Environment Effects Act will inform the Commonwealth Minister's decision on whether to grant approval of each project under the EPBC Act. The key stages of the EES process have been managed by the Impact Assessment Unit and are as follows. A technical reference group was established by DTP to advise on the scoping and adequacy of the EES studies during the preparation of the EES, the adequacy of the draft planning scheme amendment, as well as the approvals that would be required for the projects to proceed. EES scoping requirements were drafted outlining the scope of EES Central and its informing technical studies. These scoping requirements were reviewed by the technical reference group, publicly exhibited, and then finalised in June 2021 in light of submissions received. Draft EES documents and draft planning scheme amendment documents were prepared by the proponent and their consultants and were progressively reviewed by the technical reference group. The technical reference group met on 34 occasions between December 2020 and September 2022 to discuss issues relevant to VMFRP projects, including for EES Central. The EES documents were then finalised and exhibited for public comment from the 3rd of October to the 14th of November 2022. At the completion of the public hearing process, the SIAC will prepare a report of their findings and recommendations on the likely effects of the project as per the terms of reference. The final stage of the EES process will then be for the Minister for Planning to issue the Minister's assessment of effects of each of the two projects to inform statutory decision making for the projects. Each Minister's assessment must be considered by Victorian statutory decision makers and by the Commonwealth Minister for the Environment. Given the multiple approval decisions that the Minister's assessment must inform, it will be very helpful for DTP in terms of advising the Minister about her assessment if the SIAC can frame its report and in particular its recommendations with clear cross-referencing to relevant approval decisions. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Thank you for putting in your written submission or the written information, as you said, document 109, for parties if you'd like to reference that at all. And there's no questions from the committee at this stage. So thank you very much for attending and presenting to us.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. So Mr. Townsend, we're back on track with our timetable, in fact, so I will hand to you for submissions. I would just wanted to note that so thank you very much for your Part B submission that we received yesterday, outlining the timetable for the first 2 days plus the attachments for presenters. The committee won't be asking any other preliminary matters at this stage on the content, as they may be addressed through your submissions. There may potentially be issues of clarification as required through the submissions, but otherwise we'll hold our questions over to a suitable time in the proceedings or consider, if we do have questions, how we issue those to you. So at that point, I'll hand to you. Thank you, and thank you for your in advance for your presentation.
Thank you again, Member Kendall and members of the committee. Can I just invite all committee members to have at hand the Part B submission? It's document number 110, but also have access to the Part A submission, which is document number 92. The Part A submission obviously is a very substantial document, and we know that the committee's intention is that it's taken as read, and we are grateful for that. There may be circumstances, and from time to time, it might be useful for us to cross-reference to aspects of that. And if you have it there on your own screen, you'll be able to see the reference we're making without intending in any way to spend considerable time on it. I should say, though, that that document, as you will have seen in terms, is prepared very much to set the scene at a contextual level and a strategic basis level for all the EES packages. And so hopefully will be supportive of that background information throughout the various packages, including those here. Although, as you'll see as you read through that document, once you get past about page 70 or so, it very much descends more into detail about the EES Central packages. The important thing about the first parts of the Part A submission and the context in our submission are that, consistent with your terms of reference, the committee under either the environment effects assessment or the planning scheme assessment is not being asked to review the policy context. And there are good reasons for that, but also you can see by reference to the Part A submission, as we'll come back to, the final form of much of the policy development and indeed legislation that now serves as the strategic basis for these projects. They are completed policy analyses, and indeed legislative and statutory obligations are in place as relevant to the delivery of projects like this. So it's obviously not a question of reviewing or challenging that policy basis so much as seeing that basis as the platform that sits behind these EES packages, including EES Central, and the context we hope is very much distilled for you and set out in summary form through those pages to really serve and understand that context very well. There will be aspects of it that we will come back to and explain. So for the purposes of the next 2 days and under your timetable, committee, what we've done is really put together a team effort to get through introductory and explanatory matters in accordance with what we've set out in the Part B submission. And as you pointed out, really the next 2 days are us addressing you on selected matters before we go to the expert evidence, which commences on the Thursday. But coming back to the team effort approach, you'll have myself going through matters that I'm about to show you in the Part B, but primarily tomorrow, Mr. Forrester also addressing you on the day one documents. But in between times, a very substantial time in the next day and a half or so will be on these presentations from members of the cooperative agencies helping explain the water context and the projects in a detailed way with presentations. And so if I can show you on the Part B submission how we're proposing to do that, it's really that I'll show you in a moment some of these introductory matters, but if you go to the guide to the explanatory presentations, it starts at paragraph 6. There, in paragraph 6, those broader topics come from the timetable, the way they're described. But at paragraph 7, we've set out for you the presentations that are going to occupy a fair bit of time between now and tomorrow lunchtime. And if I can just introduce those for you briefly, then I'll go to a couple of other matters we've set out here. But the first presentation at 7.1 we've set out is from the project director, Mr. White, Josh White. He appears twice in the sequence of presentations. At the first instance, Mr. White's introducing the broad scale, if you like, projects, and then he follows that up with a set of slides, the broad scale being document number 118 and then document number 120. We'll come back to that. Going through the project overview, but looking at the infrastructure proposed. Mr. White then re-emerges later in the sequence with a more of a localized geographic exercise where he will drill down to very particular sites for you using the interactive software to show exactly what works are proposed at exactly what location. That will take some time, but we think it's very beneficial for you, particularly without a site inspection. We thought we'd throw a bit more energy into that description today. So on both occasions, Mr. White's assisted by an assistant from Coffee who's put together the software, and in turn you've got an email link that you can use that software for. We'll explain that. But what I wanted you to know at the moment is that Mr. White will giving that broader overview down into infrastructure and then comes back with quite a specific description of the project. And there's a good couple of hours in just Mr. White's work to do. But before we get to the localised description Mr. White gives of the proposed infrastructure, you'll have heard from Mr. Sheehan from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Here's a presentation. It'll go for about half an hour to 3/4 of an hour on policy matters and MDBA matters. And you'll see at 7.3, we also have Ms. Ashworth from the Victorian Environmental Water Holder, who's a co-CEO of that organisation. And the presentation there goes into the framework and the assessment by the environmental water holder, I should say, under its obligations. It happens that Ms. Ashworth's not available today, but we've left Ms. Ashworth in that order. In the event that we haven't got past the others, that will be the order. If not, we'll be going to Mr. White, and we'll leave Ms. Ashworth over till tomorrow. And then finally, we've got from the CMA, Mr. Kellerman, who's also going to be about 3/4 of an hour or so with slides that will help you in particular on the actions that the CMA carries out in existing projects, but also under the auspices, if you like, of adaptive management principles. And so, as you can gather from what I've just said, we've got about 5, even 6 hours of presentations to get through. So what I'm going to be doing by the time of the break is getting to those as quickly as we can. And then what will be happening after those presentations, hopefully by about lunchtime tomorrow, is in Part B, and for Mr. Forrester to show you some of the changes and particular matters in the day one documents. But before I go to start those presentations, I thought I'd show you a couple of aspects in the Part B submission, and then I was just going to make some very brief highest level points about this process that we thought are worth making at the outset. But if I can take you to the Part B submission, you'll see we've introduced the client and the process at paragraph 1, and at paragraph 2 given you a guide of what's in the Part B, and going directly to those matters under documents filed and relied on under paragraph 3, you'll see that we've given you a list there of matters that are already before you and are being filed, including documents that have been prepared as responses to requests from the committee. I just wanted to draw your attention to those at the outset to make sure we are meeting the understanding of the committee about what we have and haven't done. I'm not asking you to tell me in substance at this time, but we have been able to insert all the document numbers, table document numbers within those references there to filed documents, and we're proceeding on the basis that they've all been therefore received and the context in which they've been provided is understood. There is a reference there under 3C to the expert elicitation process and some further surveys under Roman numeral 2 at C regarding the Agaris and relevant to the butterfly. Mr. Holmes, when he gives his evidence, will be able to present some slides based on that further survey information. Of course, the committee will also be interested in all of these matters having regard to recent events and flood events as well. The expert elicitation process is described at Roman numeral 1 and is also the subject of technical notes we've provided at TD 73 and 74 and TD 108. I'm going to probably say a little more about those tomorrow, and when I do, I'll come back to you on the questions you've asked separately this morning about how the weighting, as it were, was carried out and how it was accommodated, that for reasons, quite frankly, I struggle to understand that there could be an anonymous author of such a document. So apart from that concession that it leaves me a little confused myself, I'll get better instructions and come back to you on how the committee might approach that in its deliberations. But more importantly, what you will have seen from that process is that, and the way we address you is that it is not a process in our submission that really is driving into the detail of the specifics of this EES or this package, or particularly informing we'd submit to you matters that will be the subject of EDSs or the incorporated document for this process, but serves as another layer of comment and experience around the notion of how inundation is carried out in practice. And there are a number of steps in understanding that in our submission that emerge from, in fact, the exhibited document and the implementation framework that are important in our submission as precursors or steps before real concern about the matters raised in the elicitation process. Put another way, it's another line of information, but in our submission more go to serve matters that are properly considered through the monitoring, evaluation, adaptive management processes established within the proposed statutory implementation framework. But we'll come back to that tomorrow. There are some documents that when we wrote the Part B were still in progress. At paragraph 4, there are some outstanding answers for you that we're working on for the RFI. We hope that we'll have those in the next day or two. Under 4B, we've referred to a document that was being prepared having regard to landowner agreements. That's in fact been done. It's table document 112. And so far as it's been done, we will address you at some point along the way about that. The reality with landowner agreements is that the water holder has to be satisfied that agreement is in place. The evidence of what that agreement is could range from a handshake to an easement. We don't see any particular magic in what it has to be. But of course, on basic property rights, obviously there are limitations to being able to inundate anyone's land without consent. But nonetheless, we've given you a paraphrase of that in table document 112, and we can come back to that through the proceedings. The corrected table 6 to an attachment in the EES referred to at B or 4BB is also in as table document 111. And the assessment of cumulative impacts for matters of national environmental significance is at table document 113. And that's been updated because of the preparedness of the next package, and is a document that's before you and we can come back to in due course. One of the matters that's intellectually interesting, among others, in this case is the packaging of the EESs into separate components. We say that there is a distinction to be drawn between cumulative impacts of matters of national environmental significance and any expectation that what we mean is that there's an integrated assessment of EESs on a cumulative basis. We say that's expressly not the case. It's not the integrated assessment for the EES is integrating the impacts or the matters within the EES, but not across the package of EESs. And we can come back to that in due course. So what I wanted to do, if it's all right, Member Kendall, is obviously paragraph 5, we point out that you'll be, as you are aware, you'll get our arguments,
give me a second.
Our submissions in response to all of these matters in a closing submissions that more address the themes we say will most assist the committee in our submission in its report and any updated documents. To that end, I just wanted to draw your attention to this document, where I'll come back tomorrow, to the heading introductory remarks, which starts at page 5, and where at paragraph 13, we've set out what we're calling central themes. The purpose of those is to try to assist, when we close our case, assist the committee in filtering and synthesising the range of considerations that emerge under the legislation, throughout scoping requirements, throughout questions that have been asked from through the technical reference group process or by the impact assessment unit, or others, and the terms of reference to try to frame the EES within a series of propositions and themes that get to the heart of the matter, if I can put it that way. And there's a theme that we will be developing that I'll come back to in a moment that really places before the committee the consideration of how the committee uses the tool of the Environment Effects Act and the standard ministerial guidelines and assessment of impacts in a project that is wholly conceived to deliver ecological benefits. And this is probably a first in that way, and one has to bear in mind that the process we're in is a tool, but it's basically the same tool we use for major projects, transport infrastructure, mines and quarries, and other matters that have a defined and potentially permanent impact on the environment or intervention in the environment, here being used for a project that is in fact intended to have a positive ongoing role within the environment and for the environment, and not in some contrary proposition. And so that's going to be, in our submission, one of the intellectual exercises for this committee in writing the report, because the tools aren't really, in our submission, ideally framed or established for projects that are really an ecological improvement project, as is the case here. And so we've set some themes out at 13, and I will be walking them through tomorrow. And you'll see tomorrow we will develop that theme a little further, looking at the scope of the inquiry and making some comments after you've heard from today about lessons from the flood. I'll touch on traditional owners again tomorrow, but again in a moment, and how those matters also inform the very question and the very intellectual topic of how does one deal with benefits in a project that's framed this way, and whether how we are cautious to use language filtered in a way that recognises the basic purpose of the projects. So before going to the presentations, the observations in summary that we say ultimately need to be the backbone, if you like, through all considerations over the next couple of weeks. Commence, if I may, with where the chair commenced this morning by acknowledging and paying respects to the traditional owners. It is customary and absolutely appropriate that such an acknowledgement is made in courts and tribunals and inquiries in all hearings in this state, and it certainly is the custom. But it's hard to ignore the prescience or the resonance of the acknowledgement in this case. This is a project that is wholly conceived to improve the health of ecosystems and places and country that has been undernourished and struggling since European intervention in the river and in its surrounds, and the restoration to the extent it can be achieved, but certainly the improvement of the health of the ecology must be hand in hand and seen as logically linked to enhancement of cultural values and places and ecology that is valued in cultural terms as well. And so the acknowledgement in this case in our submission is critical, but also is thoroughly linked to the very policy purpose of these projects and the policy and legislative link up to today and through the EES and ongoing to stakeholder engagement and engagement with traditional owners. It's not invented for this project. It has occurred and is explained through the EES, but it's very fundamental to the formation of policy that got us here in the first place, and fundamental to the carrying out of works and operations already along the river by catchment management authorities, but certainly as part of what's proposed here. So it seemed to us that one of the first observations here is that the project is projects at their core and at their heart are thoroughly aligned with country, ecological values, and no doubt ecological values that therefore are very inherently linked with cultural values of the place. The second point is that from a policy basis, one of the roles of the committee is, of course, to understand the strategic basis for the amendment. And when it does it that way, the committee is looking at policy as expressed through planning schemes and or a range of reference documents in the planning scheme concerning floodplain management and other matters. And of course, any relevant matter under the Planning Environment Act that the committee thinks is relevant to its consideration. And of course, you end up with the full range of policy and legislative information, if you like, that sits both under the Environment Effects Act and your assessment under the Planning Environment Act, looking at the total water regime for the Murray River and these floodplains. And the submission we will end up making, having regard to just the amount of work and what is the proper strategic basis for these projects, is that do nothing is not an option. And we say that the proper analysis of policy to date makes it very clear and linked with the amount of funding that governments have provided over the years and continue to provide, is that reliance on the spilling of banks and natural flooding will not achieve the needs of these floodplains, certainly with the risks of climate change further. And therefore that the premise of these projects is that the expectation of policy and legislation is that projects like this are being explored and will be implemented where they can achieve the intended benefit of getting water to these deprived floodplains. I'll take that one step further. A theme we will advance on that is that when measuring why and the benefits of doing so, we say the strategic basis is perfectly clear. It's not necessary in our submission to persuade this committee that it is desirable to have environmental watering of the proposed areas of these floodplains to achieve ecological gain. The point we say that is more important coming from policy is that the committee is satisfied that the actual proposed works and construction footprints, the actual interventions, are engineered, well conceived, and their impacts have been assessed relative to the extent of floodplain they can, or the scale of floodplain to which they can deliver water to. So put another way, the policy is interested in landscape scale projects, and when interventions are made, there should be a cost feasibility against what's proposed, against that opportunity to inundate on a landscape scale. And of course, as the committee will be aware or will hear further from us, and as seen as in the Part A submission, there has been, and it's set out at page 48 of the Part A, there's no need to go to it now, but the process there whereby these projects were the subject of feasibility exercises and business cases has already occurred. But we would say that at a pragmatic measure, the measure is properly looking at the extent to which inundation can be achieved, because it's obviously intended through these EESs to identify a maximum inundation area, to assess the impacts against that maximum inundation area, but of course on the understanding that it's unlikely that any one time unless there's an event like we've had recently, the expectation is that the maximum inundation area would be underwater. It's an adaptive managed process, and there could be sequencing within the maximum area. But it is important in our submission understanding this notion of how you should go about benefit and looking at the landscape scale just to understand the sheer areas. So at Hattah North, you're looking at more than 1,000 hectares that can benefit from the works. And at Balsi-Yangera, more than 2,000 hectares. And these in our submission as a matter of policy and strategic basis become very important considerations about, for want of a better word, value, engineering and the appropriateness of construction footprints, because you're looking at the expanse to which, the area to which that will mean that desired environmental watering under policy can be achieved. And so the third point we make is the one I touched on earlier, and that is the need in this case, therefore, to always discern conventional language or conventional tools about the notion of so-called impact, let alone so-called adverse impact, or terms concerning so-called benefit, in the circumstance of these particular projects, which have their whole policy strategic basis in desiring environmental watering, which in our submission really leads to the final point we make in introduction, which will become clear through our case, is that the emphasis here is on the management and implementation programs and the quality of the measures in place to manage inundation in a way that, as we suggest, resembles nature. What we mean by that is that it would have the same implications, either by the direction of water or the speed of water or the depths of water, as might be experienced naturally. And in those circumstances, all the risks and the benefits are comparable to a natural circumstance. That is part of the management process, and in our submission is also aligned with this notion of the point at which risks and benefits can be absorbed in the notion that we are dealing with otherwise natural processes. One of the consequences of managed inundation is, of course, unlike present events, managed inundation can be carried out without the same risks to other social and or economic infrastructure or townships. And that's a sideline that is, if you like, distinguishable from natural events. But so far as the watering is carried out, and so far as it engages with the ecological system in our submission, it's otherwise able to be described as resembling what would happen naturally. And that's a critical consideration in our submission, rather than overcomplicating or overanalyzing what those processes are. Lastly, on adaptive management, we say that's a critical matter to be understood for the committee, and by the time of commenting on the quality of the implementation framework. Adaptive management practices are critical. There are videos that were produced for the public in concert with the release of the EESs and on the VMFRP main website. We're going to show you one of those because it hasn't been a site inspection in a moment, which is just the project video for Hattah Lakes and for Balsi-Yangera. However, there is a project video as well, which is really more introductory and probably too high level for a specific committee to be concerned with, and we wouldn't show you here. But I mention it because the claim is made in the video as early as when it was produced now some time ago, that the intention is that water would be released at the right amount at the right time. And in that synthesis in our submission is what the projects need to be held to over the long term, but are really matters of being proven through adaptive management. Certainly the infrastructure provides for water to be released in the right way, in the right amounts, and at the time of choosing. But the watering proposals and plans and the work of the CMA over time and the lessons learned from monitoring and from experience will always, over time, support this notion that these projects will deliver the right amount at the right time. So if that's all right with you, Member Kendall, what I proposed to do before the coffee break was simply show you the video that you have probably clicked on over time, but perhaps not recently. And we thought we'd just show it because of no site inspection and as a refresher, if you like. This is the video that is within the EES, and Mr. Forrester will show it presently on his screen and screen share it. And it shows it's the video that accompanied these particular projects. And having seen that, I would then invite you, Member Kendall, to perhaps take the coffee break, and we would come back and start our presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend.
All right, so I've got that's Mr. Forrester's screen now. Do I need...
Since regulation along our waterways, water no longer flows naturally as it once did, and the Murray River can no longer water these floodplains often enough to keep them healthy. Around a decade ago, environmental works were installed at Hatter Lakes to deliver water to the desperately dry floodplain across most of the lakes in the area. Happily, research spanning the past 7 years has shown the watered trees such as the mighty black box are now thriving. These trees can grow to more than 300 years old. As they age, they develop broad branches, large hollows and deeply fissured bark. These hollows, fallen logs and trunks in the understory provide important habitat for some of the nation's most significant wildlife species. Demonstrated success at Hatter Lakes has shown how these stressed ecosystems can be revived using targeted delivery and with far less water than required under natural flood events. This Hatter North infrastructure will allow us to build on the success of the Living Murray project to include floodplains at the northern fringe of the interconnected Hatter Lakes system. With VMFRP, we will be able to reach areas that haven't been watered for over 50 years. While black box trees can go on for decades without inundation, current flooding is not enough to survive, let alone thrive. Research tells us, without extending flooding to the northern parts of Hatter Lakes, we will lose these important trees and everything they support on the floodplain. The infrastructure we build will allow us to hold water on the floodplain for as long as needed to support the environment before returning it to the river. The proposed works would mean water can reach more than 2,000 hectares of flood-dependent shrubland, forests and woodlands. At Balsa-Yungara, operation of environmental works has been planned to ensure existing irrigation supply is maintained, along with access to local irrigation infrastructure during environmental watering events. Hatter North and Balsa-Yungara are just 2 of 9 ecologically significant floodplains to be restored as part of the Victorian Murray Floodplain Restoration Project.
Thanks, Member Kendall. That was brief, but we thought it was appropriate at the introduction to show it. And there are all the matters we would take you to before introducing our first of the presenters, which we're happy to do after the coffee break, if that suits you.
Thank you. Yes, we will have a break now. Just before we do, I'd just like to respond to your questions when you were discussing the presentation of the material that's coming from the proponent and the response to the RFI. To just, I didn't go through the documents received in any detail earlier, but thank you. That's been very clear and easy to follow in response to the questions issued by the committee, and we understand the questions that will be responded to through submissions and evidence. So I just wanted to make that point. But we'll break now for 15 minutes and we'll see everybody back here at 11:40. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Just make sure that we have all of the committee members with us, which we do. So, Mr. Townsend, I'll hand directly to you to continue with submissions. Thank you.
Thank you again. So we are moving to this in our team effort to these descriptive presentations. The proposal, if it suits you, committee members, is that I was just going to introduce each of the presenters. They can tell you who they are and what they do. Obviously, they're not giving expert opinion. They're not being called as expert witnesses, and they don't get cross-examined. We appreciate that. But nonetheless, we thought, obviously, the committee will stop and ask any questions of clarification as you go, if that assists. So we're not asking you to stay mute. If it assists to ask things as we go, please do. And can I start by saying that the first presenter, Mr. Josh White, is hopefully on. There he is. I can see him on screen. And Mr. White's got with him, helping him with the presentation, Mr. Chowderoy from Coffee, who's been preparing who's done the interactive work. So as I understand it, there you are. Thanks, Chappelle. There he is. So it'll be Mr. White doing the talking, but so far as there's Mr. White needs help, he'll be asking that screen sharing, if you like, to be taken care of. So we're happy just to have Mr. White on screen, and I think, and then we'll get going. The documents, the first presentation, committee members, is document number 118, and document 118 is a document where the document itself is stills or a PDF version of the presentation that you also have a link to. And then we're at a subject to any break or an appropriate time, Mr. White will then be going to document 120, which is more of a standard slideshow. But we'll be starting with document 118. Mr. White, I'll get you just to occupy centre of screen, if you would, Mr. White. We don't need to see both of you.
That's fine. Thanks.
Yeah, and I'm going to just get you to introduce yourself first, and then we'll go to the presentation. So what's your full name, Mr. White?
No, thank you, Mr. Townsend. So my full name's Josh White. I'm the project director for VMFRP. I work for Lower Murray Water as the lead proponent and work with our project partners, and in this case, in relation to Hattah Lakes North and Belsiungra, that's the Mallee Catchment Management Authority and Parks Victoria in particular. But we do have other project partners in the North Central Catchment Management Authority and Golden Murray Water.
And have you held that role throughout the preparation of the EES Central EES?
I have indeed. Thank you, Chris. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, and just as a matter of interest, where are you making your presentation from?
Well, today, right at this minute, I'm in Melbourne at Coffee, who are our GIS partner. So a lot of data, as you would appreciate.
Yes.
Seen, and so we're working with them here. And,
all right. And hence, I think that's been explained. That's why we've got some help to navigate through the visuals.
Yes.
Am I right that the first document you'll be basing your first party presentation on is the project context, which we call document 118?
And hopefully that's on the screen now, is it?
No, we haven't yet. We can't see it yet. So I'll invite you to get screen shared. We'll make sure that's working first. And then what I might do, Member Ken, I'll ask Mr. Forrest. Oh, no, once we screen share, it'll take up the whole screen, won't it? We'll just, here we go. Let's see how we're going. Okay, well, I can see that. Can I check?
It's coming through clear. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Well, perhaps this part of the presentation is really existing conditions and physical context. Is that right? And then you'll go, the next party presentation is more about the project and the actual infrastructure. Is that correct?
correct, Mr. Townsend. So we've got there'll be three parts, not all preceding each other. But first bit is project context. So it's an element of geography here, so people can understand sort of where these projects are relative to
All right.
key regional centres.
Yeah. Well, look, I won't hold you up any further. I'll invite you to take us through what you're going to describe by reference to that.
Excellent. Look, so hopefully that information is on the screen now, and we're working our way through some of the technology. So clearly, I have some assistance here with coffee in helping us. So we've seen our screen seems to have gone blank here. We're just working on. It's starting apparently. Yep. Here we are. Is that a re-emerged?
Yes, that's all clear. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience here. Technology has a habit of bringing the best of us undone. So running through and more at a high level and zooming in, we'll get to the individual projects as we progress into this presentation, relatively short. So on your screen there, the geographic location of the two projects, two boxes in red, Hatter Lakes North on the left and Belsiunga on the right. There are some other hatched boxes. They represent the remainder of what makes up VMFRP, the 9 project sites. Geographically, Melbourne in the bottom corner, Mildura, the sort of closest major regional centre to these projects. So moving in a bit closer here, a bit more detail on project specifics. So Hatter Lakes North on the left, Belsiunga on the right. What we've done here is turned on a layer of LiDAR imagery. So LiDAR being a form of survey technique that gives a geographic or topographic relief overlay. So what we can see there in the imagery is the LiDAR turned on. We have the maximum inundation areas for both projects in the blue and the pink on the left for Hatter Lakes North. I'll explain the difference in the two colours shortly. And then Belsiunga in the blue on the right. There's also what we've got there are the various access tracks that we'll be using for access to the project. But of more interest and more noteworthy here is the Murray River channel itself. One can see that quite clearly with the imagery. The floodplain, the immediate floodplain proximate to the river channel itself, so the greyer area, and the proximity of these projects and how they sit on the floodplain itself. And then moving away from the river channel, you get greater topographic relief as you work higher up into the environment. So we have the notion of a floodplain and then the surrounding geography that fronts that floodplain. Thanks, Jamal. We're moving in a little bit closer again here for Hatter Lakes North. So this is the component that we're talking about here. Hatter Lakes North in summary, is an extension of the existing TLM project, which is, we can see the fringes of that at the bottom of the screen. And then we have the Hatter Lakes North, the blue component there being the maximum area of inundation, and the location of the infrastructure, specific infrastructure that goes to the heart of enabling the Hatter Lakes North project, and the access tracks that enable us to get to these sites, both for construction purposes and operational purposes. Also of note, even within the floodplain itself, becomes important down the track when we talk about some of the ecological elements. There is topographic relief across the floodplain too. So you can get a sense there with that LiDAR imagery that there is some topographic relief even within the floodplain itself. We'll do a similar effect at Belsiunga. So more infrastructure at Belsiunga. We'll talk about infrastructure specifics in a later presentation, but you'll see there's quite a bit more infrastructure in number at Belsiunga and a slightly different part of the floodplain, a little bit further up river from Hatter Lakes North, but you have a sense of where the project sits relative to the floodplain and the surrounding areas. Thanks, Japan. Now, we did have a video here and do have a video, but what that was essentially a replication of the video that Mr. Townsend showed earlier. So that's available to you to view. You can peruse that at your leisure. We won't show it again here, but it is there for your reference. It's available on the website, and it's available, the information we've given you. Do commend you to have a look at it. Gives you a sense of what the floodplain is. But what we did think was pertinent as we go through this inquiry is to review what occurred or has occurred and is occurring still downstream in South Australia, the recent 2022 flood event that occurred right through the River Murray floodplain and through the Murray-Darling Basin in reality. So just scroll back up a little bit there, Javal, for me, thank you. So what we've done, never lose an opportunity in a crisis, so to speak. So we tried to take the opportunity to understand the extent of flooding versus our modelled maximal inundation area through as the flood progressed. So the flood was a progressive flood event. Flow rates rose, peaked, and then receded, as is typical on the floodplain here. We were recording that flood event, both in terms of flow rate and inundation area. What we've got here, and we'll just scroll down for you, is the peak of the flood event, which occurred in late December, circa 200,000 megalitres a day. We refer to, and you'll see up on the top right of the image there on the right, reference to Calignan. That is a river gauging station that is managed and operated by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. So it's a gauging station that records a number of parameters, including flow rate, but also salinity levels and a few other items, publicly available information. So that is the most proximate gauge to the Hattah Lakes North project, and that peaked at 196,000, close to 200,000 megalitres a day late December. We happened to, or were able to at the same time with satellite tasking, capture the extent of water across the floodplain, and with our maximum inundation area overlaid the two. And there is a good correlation, and not unexpectedly, with the magnitude of that flood, it did extend outside of our maximal forecast inundation area. So that's a little bit of context to reference. We've got a short video that we'll show you in a second as well. Good or important to note that for the Hattah Lakes project, what we're trying to replicate here within that maximum inundation area highlighted in yellow is circa 120 to 140,000 megalitres per day. So as you would expect, this was a larger event and did inundate an area greater than our forecast maximum area. I'll just show you through, or we'll just play this short video of drone footage during and near the peak of the flood event. I think it was sort of it was flowing circa November, when had a little bit more access. So wasn't quite at the peak, but there was a good degree and a good extent of flooding. So we'll play that video for you now. Then we'll come back and we'll talk through Belsi-Yungara in a similar vein. Thanks. Yeah. And as the video gets itself warmed up and sharing with us, the opening sequence is the Bitterang levee. So that gives you a sense of where we are in geographic terms. So we'll let the video play out here.
Look in which direction, Mr. White, from the Bitterang levee?
Looking back towards the river, Chris. Yeah.
If you're able to say where that is in any point along these, I think it helps us, Mr. White, if you've got any idea what it's physically.
A particular sort of infrastructure location. Then there'll be some signposts in a literal sense as well as we get along, that we've just got the sign poking out of different things. So there we are, Chalk Creek, important for the K10 regulator site. Mornpool track, one of the tracks that we we access for operational and monitoring purposes. And these are readily locatable both in the GIS information, in the map book series, and also in even in Google Earth in a more public facing domain. So it's looking, that previous image was looking back towards the River Murray, so quite a broad landscape. That's more in the Lake Bulka area that we're looking at now. And that's the Murray Valley Highway. So before we move into Belsa, significant flood event by any measure at this site and generally in the river system. I think it's been acknowledged that the flows and magnitudes we're exceeding are of the higher exceedance probability levels than one normally experiences here. Moving into,
but just staying on that, so we're clear, the yellow is the EES maximum inundation area.
Correct.
And the blue is what you've recorded as that flood. So the extent, the furthest north, if you like, is we see that exceedance and then those other blotches. I just wondered, to the south, of course, you've got the existing managed area or the Living Murray area. That's presumably also matched by the inundation that's occurred. Does that make sense?
That is correct. And yes, you've got that horizontal line, yellow line at the bottom of the yellow sequence there. That is the Bitterang levee, and
yes,
where you get that sort of demarcation, because there is currently a barrier there that was overtopped in due course, given the magnitude of the event. But correct, the Hatter Lakes project, the Living Murray extent, the existing project, did too replicate its full extent as well.
It's a better answer. It's the straight line that I should have. The Bitterang levy is really the giveaway. Thank you. Yeah.
So we'll move to Belsiunga, a similar sequence of images, similar description. A slightly higher flow rate was recorded at Belsiunga for a couple of different reasons. In the nature of the floodplain, it doesn't only sort of extend on the Victorian side. So what you can and what does happen as floods progress down the system, it breaks out into both New South Wales and Victoria in different ways, different extents. So there is always a little bit of variability of flow rates as one progresses downstream, but nonetheless still circa 200,000 megalitres a day at Robinvale Euston, which is the proximate location, or most proximate location for the Belsiunga project. Sits just within the Lock 15 Weir Pool, which is at Euston Weir at Euston Robinvale. So that's the most proximate. Again, yellow outline there is the project's forecast maximum inundation area. Not surprisingly, the blue being the peak of the flood event in water extent and to a degree depth. It far exceeded the yellow area. Our forecast flow rates for Belsiunga, the project maximal, is 170,000 megalitres a day. So well in excess of that in relative terms to what we're assessing here. Again, we'll run through a little bit of gives you some flood context, but geographic context for Belsiunga as well. So we have we have that as well. We'll share that and show that now for Belsiungara. Yep. So the first sequence there is that was Lakes Powell and Carpool on the south side of the Murray Valley Highway. That's the River Murray.
Mr. White, apologies for interrupting it. Are you? My screen's not showing a video. Can I just confirm that you're showing a video?
Yeah.
Well, I can confirm this one on my screen.
Okay. Were others seeing the video?
No, we're not seeing it yet.
Okay.
We are.
We hear some music. There we go. That's it.
Yeah, I got the music. I did not get the video.
Just,
so it's come up on the screen now. Thank you.
Is it up on the screen now, Madam?
I still have a black screen, so I can see that it's tracking along the bottom, but it's not showing.
Bear with us while the technology
maybe we just unshare and share something happening.
We might sort of give the computer a reshare reset, Madam Kendall, if that's okay, as we
yes. Even at that smaller scale is fine if that's a little bit easier on the system.
It is not refreshing.
It's still not showing anything.
Yeah, we'll reshare the screen.
Okay, we'll stop sharing and reshare. Yeah, good man. The music's still playing though, which is always a nice interlude, isn't it?
Now can you see? Stop.
Right. Yep, we've got a few things open here. That's the yep.
Zoom sharing screen. Oh, this one. Yes.
Yep.
Now we can see.
Mr. White, while that's getting sorted, could I just confirm the timing of this drone footage? Is it the same as it was for the previous video?
Yep. So
November.
Yep. We'll just turn the music down a little bit so that I'm audible.
Can you see now?
That's showing clearly. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll provide some narration. That's the Murray Valley Highway that you can see in the background there. The timing of this was November of 2022, so relatively close to the peak. It was quite a long peak. The flood events have different shapes, different profiles as the event builds to a maximum recedes. But so there was quite a long build up to. So relatively similar to the peak that we experienced in December. So that's the road to the Belsiungara project, so off the highway to the project area. So we are very close to the highway, as you can see there. The water does and did get very close to the highway. That's the Murray River in the background. Yes, you can generally tell the river. It does break out and does get quite broad, but the river channel is normally quite visible. Useful imagery there with the floodplain and its proximity to private irrigation. A feature of the Belsiungara project is also proximity to the floodplain. We'll just jump out of that. Thanks. We'll go back to the presentation. Thanks.
Yeah. Go back.
Yeah, Madam Kendall, is that back to the static imagery now?
Yes, I can see the presentation. So it's flicking through, so I can see the EES Belsa-Yungra landing page. Yeah.
Thank you for your patience there. So that was the conclusion of the project context setting. So opportunity to then progress into some more geographic stuff and more infrastructure specifics around each of the projects if people want to. If people had questions around the project context setting, the location of the projects, the more recent flood events, happy to take those before we move on. So we have sort of...
I'll suggest you just move on, Mr. White. The committee will stop you if ever they want to along the way. But can I just ask, is this slide, we're still seeing it in a reduced slide. I wondered for the PowerPoint presentation why it can't be larger on the screen, or is that the case?
Oh, look, I'm thinking that we can make it bigger, Mr. Townsend. I'll just I'll leave that to my technology professionals here to assist with that. Yep.
Can you see it?
And just before we do continue with this presentation, there are a couple of committee questions on the context. So I will firstly come to Dr. Brisker.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that, Mr. White. My question is about the flood extents where you're comparing for both Hatter North and for Belsa-Yungra. In the blue, the flood, the recent flood, and then with yellow outline, the predicted extent of maximum inundation areas. Yes. And I was interested in those areas within which you've sort of, within the polygons that show the maximum inundation areas that aren't showing up as blue in the recent floods.
Yes, so did you want us to go back to that in particular to talk to that?
Yes, please. Yeah,
yep.
If we can look at both images and just understand why those differences exist.
Yes, yep. So particular examples there. I'm thinking we're just, can you see that now, Dr.
Yep.
Brisker? Yes, so that, if I'm taking a question that you have in particular, if we took, say, on the right-hand side of that image where it doesn't look as blue as perhaps others are, is that what you're referring to?
That's correct. On the right-hand side, the area, the inundated areas, patchy, sort of dark, dark brown blue.
The nature of the Sentinel, the satellite data imagery, it's vegetation that does that to it. So, so yes, there's water there. It's just the canopy and the vegetation is sort of masking the blue, if you like.
Mm-hmm. So, in terms of, I guess, your understanding for Hatter North, all of the areas within the maximum inundation extent for the project would then have been are then blue or should have been blue if the vegetation wasn't hiding the water.
That's correct. And that's that was the let's call it the evidence that we gleaned through physical observations and drone footage as well. Yeah.
Okay, is that also the same for the Belsa-Yungra?
Yes, we can scroll down and have a look at that. It will be the same. So where there are areas of in the blue that or in the maximum inundation area where it hasn't been covered off, likely vegetation. There are some higher points, don't forget, also in that whole area that may not have gotten to that full extent. So it's a combination. But in the case of that Hatter Lakes one in particular, it was a vegetation one which we did check and confirm. We'll assume.
Yeah. So if you zoom back out again, there are just some points there, particularly sort of towards the middle, and I can't really point there, but there's sort of like a little, almost like a little arrow pointing upwards. That's where your cursor is. Yeah, I'm assuming, would that be then higher ground rather than
likely a higher point in the landscape there from an elevation perspective? Yes.
Okay, so what does that then mean in terms of maximum inundation area? Would that be inundated in the maximum inundation area, or would that stick out like that but not have been picked out?
Stick out like that. The magnitude of the event here was greater than what we were forecasting. And when we talk about maximum inundation areas, that is to a level which we have mapped map 2, if you like. So we wouldn't be counting areas that are above that in an elevation sense in the maximum inundation area calculation or that we nominate.
Right. I'm just trying to understand that area you pointed out, because it's being shown as being inundated in the maximum inundation area. Yet
it's within the maximum inundation area, but there are different elevations across that, and there are a couple of locations there in the centre of the screen where we are at a slightly higher elevation. The previous survey data would attest to that it was and is a higher point in that landscape. Yep. So it would take a greater event than what we're forecasting to inundate that portion of land. Yep.
I understand that. So in terms of the project inundating that, would that inundation occur because the project is holding the water up by levees and retaining banks to hold it up to that level that it would be inundated?
No, there'll be areas within our maximum inundation area that don't receive water. So nothing in our project, not all of it turns necessarily blue, because of there'll be localized areas where it's a higher point in the landscape than our maximum level that we are inundating to. So it's not a timing issue as such, it's more of an elevation issue.
Okay, thank you, I understand.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. White. I'll let you continue with your presentation, and we'll hold any questions of clarification till the end if we have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
So we go to the presentation.
And we'll get this on the full screen, Mr. Townsend. So we'll just bring that up now. So just confirming what you have on your screen now, Madam Kendall, is that the first page, the environmental effect statement for Belsey Younger and Hatter Lakes North?
It is, thank you.
Very good. And is that?
It's not showing full screen. I don't know if that's an option. We're seeing that and the next slide.
Okay, we'll try and understand why it's not doing that. So.
Josh, from your main taskbar, you should be able to hover over a PowerPoint icon and select the correct screen.
Okay.
So if you just minimize this screen right now, up there in the top right hand corner.
Right. Yep. Well,
yeah. So let's just
let my technology man
again share this.
Rachel.
Share this again. Let's have this PowerPoint presentation. It was running already, so we share. Share full screen.
Has that improved?
It's a different version of the same, so we can see all of the slide pages down one side and a smaller version, so it's not full screen, but we can see it clearly.
So that's the full
screen would be ideal if that's an option, but if it's
I'm sure it is. We're just working through how we might do that.
Just Mr. Forrest is going to come and tell you how to do it. We can go do it here. Come on, it's all right.
Yes.
All right, Mr. White and Chappelle, you can, if you go to the slideshow button at the top of your screen now, it says slideshow on the menu bar.
Slideshow.
I think
yes.
Now you've started it in presenter mode. I think if you go to display settings there, you might be able to change it to just the standard slideshow mode. There you go. Just
duplicate. Yeah.
Try that. Or
showing two monitors.
Perhaps swap. There you go. Good.
Yes, two monitors.
Perfect. Thank you.
Who would have thought that the CES would have been a lesson in PowerPoint presenting as well? Yeah, so it continues to learn. So this is really a session on and as a lead into infrastructure specifics at each of the project locations. So this is an overview of the projects, an overview of the infrastructure that we are planning to construct at the project, and some examples of what that infrastructure looks like in an already constructed sense from other projects and other examples, as well as the description of some of the site controls for sediment rehabilitation, and then concluding with our construction and commissioning. Quick sort of recap again, and apologies for going over information a couple of times, but useful context, I think, noting 9 projects in all make up VMFRP. We're obviously dealing with at the moment Belsey-Yungara and Hatter Lakes North, but it does give you a sense of the 9 projects in total, their geographic proximity to each other, and we have the centres of Echuca in the bottom right-hand corner, and up past Mildura towards the South Australian border at Lindsay Island on the left. So there is an element of geography with these projects, and with that, an element of changing floodplain as one progresses down the river system. So I think that's useful sort of context, that as we progress down the river system, from Echuca, we're still upstream there of some of the larger river systems that connect up to the Murray, so upstream of the Murrumbidgee, upstream of the Darling River, and hence the floodplain is a little bit narrower, and a different nature of floodplain. As one progresses further downstream, the floodplain broadens out, post the confluence of systems like the Murrumbidgee and the Darling, which is west of Mildura. Thanks, Charles. A very quick overview of Hatter Lakes North, reinforcing what Mr. Townsend said earlier. Obviously located in the Hatter Colquhoun National Park. Importantly, it's an extension of the existing Living Murray project, TLM, as sometimes referred to, that existing successful program. So it's an extension of that. Maximal area of 1,130 hectares. From a let's call it a somewhat stakeholder perspective, part of Mildura Rural City Council, Mallee Catchment Authority, really the key operating agency here. They will be coordinating operational events, and Lower Murray Water is the proponent in this instance, but they will be the asset owner, maintainer and operator of this infrastructure. And more for noting, there is no registered Aboriginal party at this location, but a number of traditional owner groups that the project has been engaging with over a period of time. Thanks. Belsey-Yungara, similar set of statistics or information there upstream of Hatter Lakes, so to the east of the township of Euston Robinvale, really focused on the Belsey-Yungara Island, but can get across to Lakes Powell and Carpool. A bigger area of inundation at 2,370 hectares within the Swan Hill Rural City Council. Again, Mallee Catchment Management Authority and Lower Murray Water, two of the lead operators, maintainers and controllers of the infrastructure. There is a New South Wales component here, so noting that as I'm sure you're aware, the state boundary between Victoria and New South Wales is the high water mark on the Victorian side of the Murray River. So where we do have some temporary pumping arrangements on the River Murray, we do touch on New South Wales as well. And again, similar to Hatter Lakes North, no registered Aboriginal party, but a number of groups that we have been engaging with. Next slide, thanks. Useful as, well, I guess, as you're reading documentation, as you progress through some of the presentations and other elements, some of the common project terms that are used. So we'll refer to items like maximum inundation area we touched on. There is a project area, a construction footprint, and then as we go through some of the infrastructure and construction, we talk about design development. We've got some categories and examples of infrastructure that we're using, and similarly in the construction sense, some of the approaches and some examples. We've got construction in permanent waterways, and then construction in drier areas or areas where we don't have permanent water. Visually, how we, picking up some of those earlier terms there, so maximum inundation area is the area outlined in red in this instance. The project area is really the combination of maximum inundation area plus the yellow lines and yellow blobs, for want of a better term. That makes up the total project area. So it's a combination of the construction footprints that we have, which is the yellow, and the maximum inundation area. Yep. Any questions on before we move on to some?
We just on that previous slide, you probably should have just done the construction footprints that I think are also the if you go back a slide.
Yep.
Are those yellow, the wider bits construction footprints, are they?
Oh, correct, Chris. Yep. The yellow is construction footprints. We've categorised existing tracks, so the long sinuous components are existing tracks. They form part of the construction footprint for the purposes of our how we've characterised that in the assessment. Where those areas sort of become a bit more blobby at discrete locations, they are specific infrastructure elements that we are constructing in that landscape, which we will talk to when we get to the third part of my slides. We'll talk to the specifics on that. Yep.
Mr. White, just your invitation for a question of clarification. I'll just hand to Member Carruthers, who has a quick question. Thank you.
Yes, please, Mr. White. Just further to the previous question that the committee has asked, just for the sake of absolute clarity, those areas that are higher land above the inundation that we've seen on those maps, are they included in the total area of the inundation, or is it just a blanket area that you've applied to get those boundaries on the yellow paragons?
Yep, no, it's a fair question. So when we calculated the areas of maximum inundation, the areas that got water, they were taken to a level of water across that landscape. So it was clipped to certain areas, Member Carruthers, and so it would be the actual areas that receive water.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Within the maximum inundation area, for example, where we've got some locations that are slightly higher than the forecast maximum inundation level, then they wouldn't have been captured as an area component as such.
So just further, those areas that are above the maximum level of inundation wouldn't be included in the assessment of benefits because they're obviously not getting any water benefit, are they?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. I'll let you continue.
Thanks. So this is an introductory slide. We've got some different infrastructure classifications as we refer to it that are specific to Hattah Lakes North and Belsiungara. So we have a series of regulating structures and/or culverts. These are categorised by the project as either small to very large. We have what we call containment banks and spillways within those banks, which are, as the name suggests, there to contain water, and the spillway is a infrastructure that it enables water to be safely managed across the containment bank in the event of either the inundation event gets a little higher than we would otherwise like, and we've got a safety mechanism to get water away and manage the event, or during a natural flood event, the ability to manage water across that containment bank until the flood event equalises naturally, and then it manages as a whole. Temporary pumping, where temporary pumps are brought in at infrequent periods of time to then undertake a pumping event. So these are essentially areas where there is material placed and levelled up so that temporary pumps can be brought in, installed, operated, and removed in a controlled manner. We have, in the case of Belsiungara, some permanent pipelines that are installed, and the temporary pumps can then be connected to and an event undertaken. And then, of course, we have a series of access tracks across both Hattah Lakes North and Belsiungara that we are using and maintaining for construction and operational purposes, or upgrading as part of our works for construction and or ongoing operation. A summary of infrastructure at Belsiungara here. So Belsiungara, we have a very large regulator. So that, broadly speaking, that categorisation from small to very large is driven by mostly the height of the regulator. So above 1. Or anything below 1.2 metres in height, we've categorised as small, but once one gets up to sort of 3 to 4 metres in height, we are starting getting into the large to very large regulating range or classification. We have within that structure, we'll get to that in the third part of my presentation, at this regulator called ER1. There is also a vertical slot fishway that enables fish passage during managed events as well. There are 2 large regulators being categorised as ER3 and S7, which we'll get to, and both geographically and physically in the next presentation. There are a number of small regulators, culverts, a length of containment bank, and with those banks, there's the provision of access. There's a circa 2 kilometres of underground pipeline, some permanent hard stands, and as we opined, some modification, maintenance of existing, and there are some new access tracks, typically in the case of Belsiungara, on the top of containment banks. Thanks. Hattah Lakes North, less infrastructure at Hattah Lakes North, as you would have seen from previous slides and imagery. There is 1 large regulator, 1 small regulator. There are some containment banks within the works, and there's really the use and maintenance of existing access tracks within the Hattah Lakes area. Thought I'd give some examples of when we talk about regulators. We'll go some examples of small and large. So regulators being infrastructure that affords you the ability to deliver, move, and importantly, regulate or maintain or retain water at a particular case. In this environment, on the floodplain. So that regulation is typically through gated structures. So infrastructure or gates that we'll install. We've got some examples coming up. We'll be able to see some gates that we can raise and lower to capture water, release water, and hold water on the floodplain. Culverts are essentially civil infrastructure. They can be pipe or rectangular or box-like in nature that enables water to pass through somewhat unimpeded under a piece of infrastructure like a road or a bank of some sort. So it affords water to be able to get across an impediment in the landscape. Here's a couple of examples of very large regulators in a more sort of figurative sense. So it gives you a sense of what they might comprise, both width and height. These are reinforced concrete structures. They have within them a series of gates for the regulation purposes, and in some instances the inclusion of fishways within them. The fishways that are proposed on these projects are what's called a vertical slot fishway, which is sort of the current more contemporary fishway approach, where fish and water enter and exit and progress through a change in elevation across the structure in a controlled way, so that the flow rates and currents that the fish experience for different size size or body of fish can safely make their way from upstream to downstream across the structure. here is an overview of when we talk about containment banks and spillways. So containment banks, as distinct from levees, which sort of preclude water from getting to a location. Containment banks are there about containing water on the floodplain. In this instance, they're raised banks, and typically in this landscape we have tracks on top of those banks. They are relatively shallow in a vertical sense, as you would appreciate across the floodplain. Not looking to put large banks in. They, as they approach structures and watercourses, they need to marry into the structures, but typically relatively low height across the floodplain. The photo on the right is an example of an existing spillway within a containment bank as well, where we have a slightly lower section in elevation, but upstream and downstream we have some protection, noting that water will at that location have the ability to get across the bank and be safely able to be discharged without eroding the existing bank. Here's an example of hard stands and temporary pumping. So there are temporary pumping contemplated both at Hatter Lakes North and Belsiungara. They by their nature temporary, so pumps are brought in. They are operated and maintained for the duration of an event and then removed. What the hard stands enable the temporary pumps and the operators to do is there is an established area. There is some effort gone into the preparation of that pad, both in material and extent, that affords ease of or easier operation and or less damage to the surrounding landscape because it's more competent material. There is drainage afforded for the purposes of any leakage associated with the temporary pumping, etc. So it's a better and more sustainable approach. Thanks. Here's an example of sort of sequence of photos of pipeline construction, permanent pipeline, buried pipeline. So there's a trench excavated, the pipe is laid and then backfilled progressively. And the photo on the right is a situation where that pipeline has been in place for a couple of years and rehabilitation has taken effect, and the landscape has recovered and able to be sort of self-sustaining. That works and people can drive over that pipeline, grazing can occur, etc. So that's an example of a progressive sequence of photos in the case of laying a permanent pipeline below ground. I'll step through a series of slides now that talk about the construction approach. So how we've gone about establishing construction footprints. We'll touch on access tracks. There are categories and the approach to those categories and types of tracks that we're working with. We'll touch on borrow sites. We'll talk about cofferdams as well for in the case of infrastructure that we're proposing to construct in permanent waterways. We'll talk about laydown areas. There'll be a series of typical images. And the last couple of slides that we'll be touching on is the commissioning process. So at the end of construction, prior to operation, the steps we would go through to ensure the assets are operable and will perform as designed and intended. And then a quick overview of the typical construction durations, our expected durations for both Hatter Lakes North and Belsiungara. Thanks. Construction footprints, they vary across the project, dependent on the size and nature of the infrastructure that we're proposing to construct. But as a general rule, what we've allowed for, and noting that we do need a larger construction footprint to construct than we do during operation, just due to the nature of material, equipment, etc. What we allowed for was 50 metres for large structures and 20 metres for the smaller structures, for the purposes of being able to enable contractors to build those works. In addition to that, what we what we did was surveyed a larger area again that afforded us the ability to site or microsite almost. It's not not a great term to use, but the siting of the particular structure at a particular location. We had surveyed a bigger area. We could then make an informed decision on avoiding and minimising impact to both ecological and heritage aspects that we found through that survey process. So there was an element of iteration, but a bigger area was surveyed before we landed on the construction footprint. And the last component of construction footprints is that for each of the sites through our current and ongoing contractor procurement process, we have validated these footprints with contractors in their ability to construct within the areas that we've assessed, and there's been some confirmation from contractors around that, and through that process, slightly iterative in some areas where we've revisited some of the footprints to afford contractors the ability to construct. Access tracks, both type and classification. So as you'll have seen in the incorporated document, there are some defined vehicle requirements for strategic and operational tracks within the national park. So they are defined tracks. They are, the nominated track class has been derived from what was then DELP and Parks Victoria's road management plans, and that was from 2019. It's worth noting that not all of those sections of track currently comply with those requirements. So we're looking to meet the construction and maintenance needs here, and in not all cases are we looking or able to meet some of those nominated track class types or vehicle requirements, and in some instances they don't comply now. So it's just the nature of the tracks. We've got some examples coming up where you'll see sort of the nature and type of tracks that we're talking about. Just go back a slide. Thanks, Jabal. On the right there's an image of the track network that's proposed for the project. So the purple track is the operational network track as classified by the land manager, and the green are general tracks. There are a number of tracks across these areas. Some of them are classified as operational and strategic, and some are general. Thanks.
Mr. White, just
Yes.
a question of clarification before you move on.
Mm-hmm.
With the construction footprint, could you just explain whether any existing tracks that don't comply with the DELP guidelines, whether that's been factored into the construction footprint if modifications are required?
To a degree, yes, where we can. There are some other constraints as well, Madam Kendall, with ecological and cultural issues that we've encountered, not issues, factors that we've encountered through our survey. So there are some areas where we can't widen tracks or modify tracks for other reasons. And so yes, construction footprints to a point taken into account the vehicle requirements, but not in all instances for other reasons. And they don't comply now, noting that the tracks are not compliant now either in those areas in any case.
So Mr. White, are you saying that where there are constraints that those tracks will be retained as non-compliant tracks?
Yes, correct.
Great, thank you for the clarification.
So closing that loop a little here. So Belsa-Yungara, there are no strategic tracks, only operational. There are some modifications proposed to those existing operational tracks. At Belsa-Yungara and at Hatter Lakes North, sorry, and that imagery is of Hatter Lakes North there, the two access tracks that we're proposing to use. They are only strategic tracks, so we have no operational tracks, and there are no modifications proposed to those existing strategic tracks. Just go back one, thanks, Jabal. The nature and extent, though, of those modifications, it does vary. So as I opined in the previous bullet point, to the point where there's no modifications proposed, so there's only maintenance. So we have from that point through to some modification, either additional material, widened, a greater degree of pavement depth provided for to cater for heavier vehicles, etc. So they are defined as a series of track types, which we'll deal with on the next slide. But the track modifications proposed do also take into account, and that's through the construction footprints, the land manager request, Parks Victoria in both cases here, to minimise impact too. So we have worked with the land manager to minimise impact, but also to have been able to modify and maintain tracks for the purposes of construction, operation, and where we can meeting the updated requirements from DECA on their vehicle requirements. So here's, I won't go through these in more detail, or line by line, but there are a range of different track types, for 1A through to 6A. The 1A and 2A are really about maintaining current formations. 2A, there is a very small sort of, let's call it, wearing course to provide a slightly better running surface, but really they're existing and for maintenance purposes only. The heavier modifications are in the higher numbers, 4s and through to 6A, about all-weather access, heavier construction vehicles and public access routes where we have them. And on the right, gives you an idea of, in the case of Belsiunga, we'll do Hatter on the next slide, the extent of track length in kilometres. And in the case of Hatter Lakes North, as we opined, an existing strategic access track, it's really a 1A, a maintained current track profile and extent, and not make any further modifications. There is, and there's a slide or an image there on the left of a general access track. So there's this putting aside strategic and operational defined tracks as set out by DECA and Parks Victoria. There are a range of other tracks in the national parks. They are categorised as general tracks. We do have a need to utilise some of those general tracks for the purposes of constructing some infrastructure, but also for ongoing monitoring and operation as well. So intent is not to do a lot to those tracks except for maintenance, minor upgrade purposes to facilitate construction access, safe ingress and egress, and also for monitoring during an event, post an event, and we have minimised the extent of modification there to minimise the impact on environment and existing features. Here's a couple of slides which really set out some of the different track types that we experience, some of them across existing watercourses. They are all unsealed and to a degree. Some of them are unformed in a lot of ways, so there isn't a great deal of road formation to them. They are essentially rural tracks through this landscape, so differing extents and quality of track across both parks. Thanks. Any question on access tracks before we move on to borrow areas?
No, you're fine to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So the project has a need for obtaining material for construction purposes, and that material, earthen material, for the formation of embankments, be them containment banks, and/or as we construct up to exist or proposed regulating sites as well. So we have a need to obtain earthen material of a nature that is suitable for constructing. In this sense, we'll be able to retain water. We'll be able to be trafficable on the surface as well. We couldn't obtain that material within or immediately adjacent to the work, so within the national park. We had to obtain that material from private landholders nearby, so try and both economically and socially obtain that material as close to the project as we can, but within private land holdings. There was a process that we went through, a public tendering process to obtain that material from private landholders. There's been some testing done to confirm the engineering properties of those materials. There's obviously been some further evaluation of cultural and ecological elements or factors at those sites. Through that process we've landed where we have done, and what you see in the documentation for Belser and Hatta at our preferred borrow location. So really saying there's been an iterative process to get to the point where we had. There were more sites assessed initially. They have been whittled down to sites that we have proposed and set out. And then at the end or conclusion of obtaining that material, abstracting that material from those sites, there is a rehabilitation process that goes on, and in some instances, they'll be retained as depressions and used as farm dams on those private land holdings. Any questions on borrow area, both the process, what they're for, and or the nature of the material we're seeking?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Moving into some construction examples now. So I thought we'd do this in a couple of parts. Where we have infrastructure that we're constructing in, let's call it permanently wet waterways, we have, so the ER1 regulator at Belsiunga, for example, in Nicoya Creek, will have water in that creek at all times, and so one is constructing within waterways. So the slide on the left is an example of a cofferdam, a structure that one builds to enable you to construct your infrastructure in the dry in an existing watercourse. So we'll have a similar scale, is probably in that image is slightly larger than what we're proposing in ER1, but it gives you a sense of what a cofferdam looks like in an existing waterway and the nature of the infrastructure that one constructs in the dry within a cofferdam. Cofferdam can be either in this case a steel sheet pile structure, so a heavily engineered one, or an earthen bank that is constructed out into the waterway, and then the water inside that cofferdam is dewatered, and the infrastructure you're looking to build is done in the dry. And the example on the left there is a laydown area where there is a need, apart from parking cars, side offices, material and such like needs to be stored relatively nearby to structures to enable the works to be completed. So we do contemplate laydown areas in our projects, ideally nearby to infrastructure locations to avoid transport and many traffic movements, but not in all cases due to the sensitive nature of some of the proposed infrastructure locations. So we do have different areas where we have different laydown locations. Here's different examples: small regulator and larger regulator in the dry. So really they are just some examples for your reference when we show you some infrastructure proposed in the upcoming presentation. Just give you a sense of the nature of what a small regulator would look like in the landscape, and a larger regulator being constructed in a dry setting as distinct from the cofferdam solution in the wet setting. So there's a couple of examples there. Thank you. Obviously, as we construct the works, there is by nature some soil disturbance. There is some stockpiling of materials and or the ability or propensity for some of these sites to have vegetation removed and therefore be susceptible to erosion or sediment movement. So just give you a couple of examples of, on the left we have some sediment control structures. There's a stockpile of material and how we've got some sediment control so that that stockpile can be contained within the construction footprint itself and doesn't readily escape that area. The slide on the right is rehabilitation. So these are arid environments for the most part. I mean, some more recent times might disagree, but typically they are a drier climate, and so rehabilitation in an arid environment does require some measures to manage water flow, manage and retain soil, topsoil, seed bank, etc. In place and be then afforded during episodic rainfall events or other events the ability to kick on and rehabilitate. So there's an example of immediately post-construction on a project in the same sort of geographic area as these projects, where some effort's been gone into to manage water movement. And the next slide is an image of of more recent times showing rehabilitation and how effective retention of topsoil, seed bank, etc., with then opportunistic and episodic rainfall events, it does recover and does regenerate. During construction, also we have construction footprints. They're clearly set out. They are quite lengthy in a number of instances. If we think about access tracks, etc., they're quite long. You saw on some of the other slides, 48 kilometres, for example, at Belsiungra. The thought that or concept that you might go and fence that entire area to delineate your construction footprint is by nature a little inefficient and possibly sort of more destructive than helpful. So, what we're proposing here is that there is a range of different measures and methods to manage footprints and sensitive areas, be it physical fencing and flagging. That image on the left there does have some flagging delineating areas of interest, but the concept of signage, so test or reinforcing to people that these are you're moving into a sensitive area or delineated area. Geofencing, so most, if not all, of construction equipment these days and on these projects, they have the provision of GPS control, GPS tracking, etc. So that feature can be and will be implemented, and the use of GIS and CAD software in construction of equipment and construction vehicles these days is also very readily available and very useful at controlling where people and plant and equipment go to manage the risk of venturing outside construction footprints or any sensitive areas or sensitive receptors within the construction footprints as well. Our last couple of slides from me, we'll talk through the commissioning process. So assuming one gets to the end of construction, there is a need to confirm that the structures operate as intended before they are put into service. So we have a concept of a dry and a wet commissioning. So dry commissioning is where we would test all the infrastructure components without water against them, if you like, and to make sure they operate accordingly. It's all consistent with as intended and within specification. That would be including of any electrical, mechanical, and/or civil components. And then moving into a wet commissioning process where we introduce water to the infrastructure and confirm that it meets the requirements and can be operated safely and consistent with the design and specification requirements. I think it's important to note here that the full commissioning, so that would be the dry and the wet commissioning of all elements on the project. Given the nature of the landscape that we're operating in, that may take some time. In reality, that the water and the conditions and and the ability to commission, so construction completion, water availability at that point in time, and the prevailing conditions may not line up, and it may not be a straightforward dry to wet commissioning process, and it may take some years post-construction for some of the infrastructure to be wet commissioned. And I think that's useful to note there. The photo on the right is a regulator, the existing TLM project at Hatter Lakes. So that's a 2-bay gated structure. So the gates are the 2 items there, but in the centre of the picture, and they are sort of partially raised. So you can see underneath the gates, and then the gates can be fully raised to be fully out of the structure and enable water to pass through unimpeded. Thanks. The last slide from me in this sequence was the construction approach and durations. So Belsiungra, the proposed approach is a design and construct contract. So the contractors will complete the balance of the design and bring forward their construction methodology and construction innovations to complete the design, noting the design's been reasonably well advanced to date to enable us to get through the confirmation of the infrastructure areas we need, the nature of the infrastructure, etc. But contractors will complete the design and then construct. The construction duration between 15 to 18 months, as confirmed in our discussions with contractors thus far. And the longest longest duration at an infrastructure setting is both at ER1 and ER3 regulators, and they will be of a 12-month construction period. Hatter Lakes North, a different method. That detailed design has been completed for that, been quite long-standing completion of detailed design, so it's construct only. And there's, just due to the nature of the size of that project, a shorter duration between 9 to 12 months, and the K10 regulator being the longest to construct in that project.
Right, Mr. Watt, I'm going to pause you there. Member Kendall, it seems to me watching that you might be more benefited if after the break, if we go straight to Mr. White's next presentation, which takes that infrastructure and actually shows you in the locations, because it follows, it seems to me, naturally. And then Mr. Sheehan from the MDBA would go following that. So if you weren't concerned by that change of order, I think it'll suit you better. And then if there's any questions, you'll be able to ask them relative to the particular sites on the infrastructure. So if that's all right with you, what we'd suggest is you'd take your lunch and we'll come back straight to Mr. White, do the third one, and that way you can deal with all the infrastructure, and then we've got Mr. Sheehan ready. We've told Mr. Sheehan 3:30. I think it'll. Is that right, Mr. White? You need about an hour to get through the third one, isn't it? Perhaps more or more.
I think it's about right, Mr. Townsend. Yeah, depending on the nature of the detail we want to spend at each of the infrastructure particulars.
All right.
That works well for the committee. Thank you, Mr. Townsend and Mr. White.
So, Madam Kendall, was there anything any further questions on that?
Given we are a couple of minutes, one question of clarification is just about the source of rivers, stones and rocks that are being used on embankments or any other structures.
Yes. So that, quarry, let's call it quarry product for want of a better description. So there'll be a combination of larger quarry product stones and or roading material for trafficable surfaces. They will come from local quarries. In the region, they are typically not sourced from the riverbed. They are more limestone based and from more commercial quarries in the area.
Great, thank you, Mr. White. So no further questions from the committee at this stage. So we might break now and we'll see everybody back at 2 o'clock to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Welcome back. Great, thank you. I think we have everyone with us. Just before I do hand back to you, Mr. Townsend and Mr. White, so just a couple of things that have come in over the lunch break that I'll mention. Firstly, 2 documents have been tabled. So the proponent has circulated the request that came in from Professor Pittock relating to the RMCG report. So thank you very much. That's document 121. We have also received the expert witness statement from Greg Hogsley relating to groundwater, which is document 122. I'd also like to note the committee's just received an email from the Murray Lower Darling Rivers Indigenous Nations group, which I understand includes or represents the Taddy Taddy and the Weki Weki traditional owner groups as well. The request is to, sorry, I'll just go to the email, make sure I get the wording correct. So understanding the public comment period has closed, but requesting the opportunity to provide views on the proposed projects to the committee. So the committee is proposing to firstly table that email and to invite the group to speak to the committee and also to provide written submission, if possible, dot points summarising their issues or their position as early as possible, and further written submission prior to them presenting to the committee. I just would like to just seek the comments of the proponent before we do finalise our response to the group. So, Mr. Townsend, I'll just come to you now for that.
No, thank you. That's all in order as far as we're concerned. If people wish to participate, that's excellent. For our part, we had anticipated partly that this is possible, and that's why we've said in our Part B that we'll address this topic in our later submission. So as long as we've got time to see what comes in and a chance to reflect on it and respond, that can be accommodated from our end. We'll sing out if it's all right. If it means if something should arise for any reason where we need time or something to consider, we can let you know at the time, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. That works well. So we'll confirm the timetabling and the exchange of information when we've had that further discussion with the submitter. And yeah, at that time or later, if you need further time or a different process to respond, please let me know. And just before we move into further presentation from Mr. White, there were a couple of questions of clarification from the session prior to lunch that the committee would like to ask questions of Mr. White. So if you don't mind, I'll go to that first and then I'll hand back to you for the next steps. And I will ask Member Carruthers if he could please ask his question first.
Yes, thank you. I think Mr. Townsend will stop me if he's intending to clarify this as we go along, but I just referred back to number 24 on Mr. White's slide pack. We talked about preliminary testing of the soil that was coming from external to the project sites. So I'm not too sure what level of contamination testing and other sorts of testing you have in mind for that. And the second part of the question would be, when you responded earlier before lunch, you said the rocks and the river pebbles would be coming from local quarry sites. So is there any more information you could provide to the committee about what local means?
Oh, sure. Sorry. Yeah, and that's the challenge when you've been involved with these things for a while. You build up that sense of knowledge that perhaps others don't. So let's deal with the Borrow area testing first, Member Carruthers. So and testing has been done. On the Borrow areas, and it's been done currently in 2 stages, and the third stage to go. So the process we went through, just recapping on that, we publicly advertised and seeking expressions of interest from interested private landowners around the provision of material. Once we received those submissions and went through an initial screening process of viability, suitability from a desktop perspective, we started out with a shortlist. We then did some initial testing, so at a sort of a grid type pattern, but a coarser spacing to ascertain the nature of that material. That testing included engineering properties, but also contaminant properties as well. So at a desktop setting, we'd done a screening of engineering in a geological setting, so understanding the nature of that material, and then a contaminant desktop screening, and then initial screening of physical testing, so taking samples from the sites and testing those. And then once we'd landed on a more a preferred location, did some further testing, and then and we would have completed now, but for flooding. But there is a final round of testing to go now that we've got some feedback from contractors on some additional testing they would like to do. So that will be undertaken before we commence construction. So yes, we've done contaminant testing and also engineering testing on those borrow areas thus far, and more to do. Yeah. Is that sufficient for that one?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
And the other question, on local quarry product, there are a range, and when I say local, within sort of the 50 to 100 kilometre radius of these sites, there are commercial quarries that provide a range of different materials, roading materials, and or rock material for the purposes of erosion protection, etc. So typically close to the project sites where there are harder rock quarries. So the local material is more limestone based. There are harder rock quarries further afield, but we don't see a need for those in these landscapes. So a more locally based product, but typically within 50 to 100 kilometres. I can also take that on notice and identify those local areas. Each of the contractors that is looking at these two projects will have perhaps slightly different sources. They have their preferred quarry suppliers, but I can ascertain that level of detail and clarify in writing back to you if you like.
So there's quite a significant amount of river pebbles or river stone that you've showed on those embankments.
Look, I'd have to look back at and those images, they might be from a different project though. They were more examples of the nature of the infrastructure, so they might be specific to this project. So it could be a local, a different geographic location, but significant quantities of material, relatively not, I would say not significantly large quantities of quarry material needed here. We'd have those numbers. I don't have them to hand, but we do have them from our material takeoff quantities. I can come back and clarify that for you, both roading and or riprap style material, and give you some indicative quantities for both projects. So, yeah.
That's fine at this stage, Mr. White. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. And I'll now hand to Dr. Brisker, who also has a couple of questions of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. White. I have some questions about slide 13 in your slide pack, which shows the containment banks, the spillways. Yes. And I was interested to understand what the design flood is for the spillways into the containment banks.
Yes, sorry, yeah. So the containment banks and by association the spillways that form part of those banks, and they operate in unison, if you like. The design, when the project started out and has evolved, there was design criteria that was established for the projects. For the containment banks, that included a design freeboard, if you like. So there's a maximum inundation water level that that the water will come to against the bank to a notional level, and then on top of that there's what's called freeboard or additional material that affords some let's call it some error, if you like, in operation and or sort of wind events or others that gives you a degree or a safety margin in that, and so the design criteria takes both of those things into account, and the banks are designed for managed events. So they're not there as levies providing flood protection during a natural event. So you know, there will be events that are of a greater magnitude that would overtop these banks. But what we find in that landscape is that the water, as it under a natural event, and if it was to inundate a containment bank, it comes up, if you like, on both sides of the bank and is in equilibrium. So you don't get this great water level differential across a bank, leading to any great or any larger energy environments that might cause some greater erosion. What the spillways do is afford a degree of protection. They're slightly lower, so there's slightly less freeboard on those than the rest of the bank, and afford a degree of, I guess, early warning that something's been exceeded, and are rock protected to sufficiently to carry that flow in a managed event across that bank and back into the landscape. So I can check out the specifics out of the design criteria and provide that to you. I don't have those to hand right at the minute, but it's all set out in the design criteria. There's a table of performance requirements that those banks work to.
Thank you. And so the spillways are designed to operate both ways. So, for example, if there's a natural flood occurring and allowing the water to come in. Correct.
They act both directions. Yes, and they afford you the opportunity to equalise either way. Yeah.
And are there any expectations of what might happen if there's an event significantly larger than the design event, so such as, for example, the floods we recently had?
Yes, and the nature of the flooding is across these landscapes not necessarily particularly fast flowing in all instances, but there is an acknowledgement that structures, including banks and the regulators, under certain events will get inundated, and they will sustain or have the potential to sustain some damage and require some maintenance, some restoration, some regrading, possibly the provision of some additional material to reinstate. Yep. Depending on the nature, the duration, as you would appreciate, an event could occur that would result in some degradation. Yep.
Yep. Thank you. It would be helpful to understand, I guess, if you appoint us as a question on notice to where the design criteria are, so we can refer to those.
Look, absolutely no problem at all. Can provide that document. That would be fine. Yep.
Thank you.
Apologies. Thank you, Dr. Briscoe and Mr. White. So if I could just, with the responses where you were suggesting to provide further information, Mr. White, I'm happy for you to just obviously coordinate that back through the proponent at an appropriate time. That material can come to us as part of a package of information at a suitable time. That would be great. Thank you. And I'm back in your hands, Mr. Townsend and Mr. White, for the afternoon session.
Thanks very much. Can I just check, Mr. White, you're clear on those matters that you'll come back to the committee with, or give us a note on? Yep. Okay.
Absolutely. No problem. Yep.
Good. All right. Then thank you. We're now going to move to your third presentation, which is document number 119 for the committee. Again, this is one where I think you've got assistance and needing to screen share to drive through the program. Is that right?
Yes,
yeah.
And
so
I'm sure it'll go seamlessly.
Yeah. So let's go. Let's get set up, and then you're already on a roll. So I'll just ask you to keep going when it's.
Yep.
Once we've got it shared on the screen at the right size.
Please tell me if we've made progress since.
We're back to that cover page, I think there.
Project descriptions.
Project descriptions, yes.
As distinct from project context.
That's correct.
Yep. Very good. And so as we scroll through, and more for scene setting, what what we'll do here. So again, project location.
You've shown us that, I think.
Yes, we've dealt with that. Hatter Lakes North here, so that's the box in red. Moving down into the back to the project overview, just recapping. So Hatter Lakes North and the Hatter Lakes or Hatter Lakes in general. So the pinkier colour is the existing TLM project, and the blue being the Hatter Lakes North project, being an extension of the existing TLM project. Yep. And keep moving on there, Chapal, as we move in, and now we've got a more granular view of the location of infrastructure in the landscape there, and you'll see relatively clear. There's two branches to the arm, if you like. We've got the Biturang inundation area, which we'll refer to as a water management area, and similarly in where we talk about the Kulkine inundation area, another water management area. So two component parts to the project. We'll deal with the infrastructure that is proposed to be constructed to enable those areas to be inundated. Thanks, Chapal. Yep. So as we move in to what was the Kulkine inundation area that we talked about, it's in Chalker Creek. So if you think back to the drone footage of the flooding area, there was a point in there where there was a signpost, Chalker Creek. That is near to this location and this area. So it just gives you a sense. There's a few statistics on the left there. Won't dwell on those, but we'll scroll down and show water movement through the area here, Chapal. And the arrows there to give you a sense of how water moves from the existing TLM project. So noting this is an augmentation of the existing project. That water is, in a managed sense, driven from an existing pump station on the River Murray that discharges water into the Hatter Lake system, and our infrastructure enables additional water and additional area to be inundated. So water flows in and up to the K10 regulator, K10 causeway, and a little bit beyond that causeway onto some private land. So that's sort of the water movement process. And on completion of the event, the K10 regulator would be opened, and water would then discharge further down Chalker Creek and back to the River Murray. So we'll scroll down. The next item is the other branch, if you like, driven through the Biturang levee. So at the bottom of the image there, you see a slightly different colour. That's the TLM inundation area or portion thereof. But the Biturang levee is currently an enclosed or complete levee. The intention is to construct a regulator at that location to enable the water to pass through that project. It can be, under a natural flood event, it would be done naturally, but in a managed sense, it would be a temporary pumping arrangement that would push that water further up into the landscape and up into that green area that makes up the Lake Bulka water management area. We'll see the slides there and the arrows of water movement. Yep. And then on recession, once the event is complete, the Biturang regulator would be opened again and water would flow back in towards Lake Biturang. Yep. So what we'll do next is we'll go to the specific project components within each of those water management areas to give you a sense of the actual infrastructure that we're constructing there. So that you'll notice also what we're showing in the white outline. That's private land that forms part of this project too. So there are elements of private land that we're in part inundating, but also in this instance, there is a portion of private land where we are obtaining borrow material from or construction material, which we'll get to in due course. So we're now at the K10 regulator, and on the left there, we've got a little indicator arrow for you within the specific water management area that shows the location. So it keeps you referenced to a particular infrastructure location in the landscape. We've got a couple of photos of what the landscape looks like at that particular location. So they are for reference purposes only, and in the interactive format that we have provided, then you have access to this information as well. But back to the structure itself. So we'll close the imagery off, Chapal, and so we have a regulator. As you've seen previously, there are some associated earthworks. You'll see the black lines with some sort of teardrop shaped features on those. They are symbols for slopes or embankments. So we've got some earthworks to build up to that regulating structure. And as you would appreciate, the regulators are in existing watercourses. So by nature, there's a little bit more earthworks up to those because they're in a deeper part of the landscape. But there is a concrete structure to go in there, similar to what we saw before. There's some dimensions on the left-hand side there to give you a sense of what that might look like. But referring back to that, the previous sort of summary infrastructure, example infrastructure, gives you a sense of what that is. And then the yellow area, it gives you a sense of the construction footprint relative to the infrastructure.
And the blue colour is just assuming inundation. Is that right?
And yeah, that's right. That's the maximum inundation area. Sorry, Mr. Townsend, I should have clarified that, but that is the maximum inundation area. Yes. Yep. K10 causeway regulator. So that's an existing a containment bank, an existing access track. So there is a track there, as you'll see. And if you recall back to my points on access tracks, you'll see the 1A symbol on the track there. That signifies that it's an existing track. We're not doing anything more to it than maintaining it. And in this location, we're constructing a regulator to enable water to typically pass through, but in the event that we don't want to inundate private land, can be closed off and segregated from the project. Borrow site's a slightly different component of the project, but if you recall our sort of discussion around borrow material, so they're material we need to excavate or extract from the ground for the purposes of getting that out to the construction sites and enable us to build up banks and such like. So there's the area proposed. There's some photos of what that area looks like. Yeah, so it's private land, important to note, and in that case, there's very little vegetation to be removed. And what is worth noting here, immediately below the yellow area, which signifies our proposed borrow, that you get a sense that that's a disturbed or altered area. That is the previous borrow site for the TLM project. So when they constructed the Hatter Lakes TLM project, they had a similar issue or similar requirement to Windsor material. That's the location that they extracted that material from and used that. So our borrow site is immediately adjacent to that existing area. And then there's the associated access from the borrow site to the track for construction purposes. Thanks. And then this was a note. We have a laydown site at the K10 regulator. It's the most opportune site. Plus the borrow area, there will be the provision for stockpiling some material there, but mostly at the laydown site, and we'll be able to afford for construction site amenities and vehicles, etc., to park at that location. Thanks, Chapal. Yeah. So that's the moving away from the Chalker water management area, and we'll move across to the Bitterang regulator in the Bitterang levy now. Yep. We'll just let that catch up to us. So an existing levy or earthen bank in that landscape where we're looking to construct a regulator within that site. So excavating into the existing constructed levee for the purposes of constructing a regulator. There's some associated readjustment or reprofiling of the embankment. As you'll see, there's a couple of bulges in it. That's to afford vehicle turning arrangements. So during operation, particularly during a temporary pumping event, one can install temporary pumps, one can bring vehicles up for refueling purposes and or monitoring and maintenance, and your ability to turn around and exit off the levee bank. So that is essentially the Bitterang levee and the regulator that we plan to construct in that location. Thanks.
Does that levee stay at the same height as the existing, or does it? Yes.
No, there's no change in elevation to the existing levee, Mr. Townsend. It's really constructing an aperture in that levee and the ability to regulate flows into and out of that levee. Yep. So that was Hatter Lakes North. I guess an overview of what that looks like. If there were there's no questions, I'll move to Belsiungara then, where we'll go through a similar exercise. There's more infrastructure at Belsiungara, so that will take a little bit longer to work through. Just before we do, actually, we didn't, and it's only for the purposes of the fact there is no infrastructure to go there, but if we just go back up, Chapal, one item that we do need, it is documented in our submission, is during construction there's a need for construction water. So the material in the borrow areas. So you just want to go back up into Hatter Lakes, and I'll talk to that. So we want to go back to that location there. So you'll see off to the right towards the bottom, there's an annotation that talks about water supply. That is a location, in this case on the River Murray, where we plan to, in a temporary sense during construction, abstract water for the purposes of facilitating construction. So obvious example would be dust suppression on unsealed tracks, but the other area where we will need water is in conditioning conditioning the material in the borrow areas to the right moisture content to meet the project specification. So that material, albeit now having had the benefit of a flood event, may be a bit closer to our project specification needs, but typically in these landscapes, those materials require some the addition of water to get them up to the project specification so that they meet compaction requirements and other such things. So we do need to abstract water and for that purpose and for dust suppression. So we have that at all the project sites. Belsiungara is the same, but I thought I would be prudent to point that out for this project as well. Yep. Deal with Belsiungara. We've talked about its geographic context. So an overview of the project, we've touched on that previously, so we won't dwell on maximum inundation areas, etc. But we will talk about the project area and the nature of the infrastructure. There are a number of different water management areas, and when we talk about water management areas, they are really different areas that we will manage and water, and they interact to a degree either completely separately or in unison with other water management areas. So Belsiungara has a combination of both, which we will talk through as we go through this slide deck. So the water management area 1, which is the largest area on the project, is really driven by a range of or a series of infrastructure that runs around the uppermost track on the project. So a range of items there that enables us to get water out of the existing Nakoya Creek that runs through the project and out onto the landscape. So we will show how that works shortly. Yeah. So This key part of this will zoom into the most relevant controlling structure shortly, but the key thing to recall here as we drill further, structure ER1 is the key structure. It's a very large regulator by our definition on this project. It sits at the bottom end of Nicoya Creek, and the closing of that structure and the ability to raise the water level in that Nicoya Creek and put it out on the floodplain is driven all through the ER1 structure. So we'll scroll through and look at that infrastructure area shortly. And then we have water management area 2, driven by what we have named the J series of structures. So a range of smaller structures, a bit higher up in the landscape, now in an elevation sense. Water gets to this landscape either through a pumping event or off the back of a water management area 1 event, and our ability to push water into the J series or through the J series structures and higher up into that landscape. If you recall back to the flooding video we had, or drone footage we had of the Belsiungara project, and I pointed out the Murray Valley Highway there in a few photo sequences. There's the Murray Valley Highway again along the bottom of the screen, and it gives you a sense of the proximity of a managed event in water management area 2 as to the proximity to the Murray Valley Highway and its relativeness to that recent flood event you've seen. Thanks. Water again comes in through the bottom end, the J1A series or regulator flows through the project and then flows back through the J1 structure back into Nicoya Creek. Yeah. Water management area 3, another J series structure, but a smaller area, again a little bit higher up in the landscape, can either be driven through water management area 2 or has the ability for temporary pumping off the River Murray down at the J1G structure location towards the top of the screen. Thanks, Chapal. And there's the water flow movement. And the last water management area at the Belsiungara, completely standalone to the rest of the water management areas, is Lakes Powell and Carpool. You may or may not recall, but you'll be able to go back and visit or review the drone footage again. The first sequence of drone imagery we had for Belsiungara was of Lakes Powell and Carpool, the larger lake system that is on the southern side of the Murray Valley Highway, higher up in the landscape again. And the proposal with VMFRP is a permanent buried pipeline, as I'd shown an example of in the previous slide deck. Cross private land, we'll show you the extent of private land, but the green line coming up from the top of the screen towards Lakes Powell and Carpool, that's the permanent pipeline. It goes under the Murray Valley Highway, and then there are structures that enable water to get to Lake Powell, and with the operation of the Lake Carpool structure across to Lake Carpool. They're a terminal lake system, so water does not return back into the creek system that would be used for seepage and or evaporation purposes, so a more terminal system. Okay, we'll now start to deal with the actual infrastructure location. So there'll be a series of zoom in and zoom outs here, as you would appreciate, given the number of structures that we have. So dealing with water management area 1 again, so the green component in this slide deck, we've turned on the private land parcels as well. So you'll see those highlighted or outlined in white. And we'll now drill in the main structure associated with the Belsiungara project, and the main structure that drives water management area 1 is the ER1 regulating structure. That's a very large structure by our definition. It's in excess of 4 meters in height, and it has a vertical slot fishway associated with it as well. Chapal's showing an image of at the location site. It's on Nicoya Creek, which is part of the River Murray system. What we also have there, there's water permanently in that creek. So back to the previous slide series that I showed, we've got, we'll need a cofferdam at this location to manage the construction process and to be able to construct in the dry. So there will be a cofferdam across this creek system for management during construction. And then we have a series or a containment bank that ties into this landscape and enables the inundation area to reach the extents that we're nominating. ER2, so we have a series of these structures in those existing containment banks that that afford or close up and or during a natural flood event enable movement of water into the landscape as well. So a small regulating structure in the containment bank to afford the movement of water, mostly during a natural flood event. But if a situation arose for some reason, that regulating structure could be opened and a managed event or elements of a managed event could be discharged from that location. Similar at the ER1 number 3 regulator. So noting the ER1 structure has quite a long containment bank process or containment bank construction and length to build up an elevation and enable the inundation. So Chapal's zooming out a little bit to give you a sense of the extent of that containment bank. It starts almost at the top of the orange dashed line, narrows down a little bit. That's sort of the top extent, and similarly towards the bottom of the screen where that containment bank concludes. So quite a long bank by linear meters in this project, the longest across either project, and within that there are there's the main structure, there's a spillway that we touched on, but there's a couple of other small regulators that afford the ability to let water, release water during a managed event, but mostly in a natural event to get water into and out of this area. Yep. Still within water management area 1, as we'd previously discussed, but moving, we're out of the ER1 series of structures and containment banks, so we're moving further along the existing river track and a structure here in what's called a flood runner, for want of a better term, an ephemeral water course that would under a natural flood event engage with the river system as the water level rose and then recede. So we have a structure there that we would close prior to an event and then open on the post the recession of a managed event. And we're working our way along effectively the River Murray here. So as we progress along, the River Murray is not too far to the left, if you like, of that image, but there's an existing river track. And as we, so there's the River Murray there immediately on the left, gives you a sense of sort of where we are in proximity to the River Murray. It's an existing track within the Belsa-Yungara Park. As you might appreciate in the floodplain, there are sort of high and low points, but we have structures at some of the low points to enable us to achieve the inundation area contemplated. So S105, we've dealt with that. Again, a series of a small regulating structure, box culvert with gates, and the S5 regulator, again, a relatively small box culvert in a low point along that track to afford us the ability to achieve the managed inundation area. Yeah, we're progressing now. We're heading towards, sorry, I was having a drink of water. We're heading towards Yungara Island as part of Water Management Area 1 now. So we'll go back to S7, please, Chapal. Sorry, you're keen to keep progressing on, Chapal. So S7, a slightly larger structure in relative to the box culverts that we saw previously. So this is a slightly bigger ephemeral watercourse in depth and width. So so a slightly larger structure. By our definition, more in the sort of medium to large rather than small. But again, all the same features we've talked about before. We have, and I'll remind you, the orange dashed line is the area that we have investigated, both from an ecological perspective, from a cultural heritage perspective. Within that, we've cited a construction footprint being the yellow area, and then within that, we've cited a structure being the black outline of the structure itself. A couple of other features there for noting. You'll see the 2A and the 4A, they refer back to the track types that we discussed previously. So 2A being a really maintenance and management of existing track, and 4A being a new and upgraded section of pavement or track for the purposes of construction and operation. S108, so we're moving towards the top end of the water management area 1. Again, this is a small regulator in the landscape, a somewhat remoter part of the project. You'll note there is no through track here, so this is a track to the structure, and it's terminal in nature in the track, and hence why we have that yellow disc there for turning purposes, so vehicles can come to that location, operate the regulating structure, turn around and egress from that location. But the photos there give you a sense of that landscape. The upper end of the Belsa-Yungara project, there's more mature trees, so some large river redguns, etc. So quite a dense forest or vegetation canopy as well. And second, most likely the second to last structure, I think from memory, S109, again, a small structure towards the very top end of water management area 1. Again, a terminal structure from an access point of view, relatively small. We're capturing a flood runner in the project. You can see the River Murray quite close to that point. So that would be a location where water would either flow in or escape from in a natural flood event as the river rose and fell. Yeah. And the last and a key component, a busy slide and a busy infrastructure location during construction is the ER3 regulator. So we've got the River Murray immediately to the right there, so it's quite close to the River Murray. This is at the, if you like, the top end of Nicoya Creek, so the creek system that feeds the project. Its connection to the River Murray is dependent on flows in the River Murray, so the higher the flow rate would then trigger connection of Nicoya Creek to the River Murray. But the ER3 structure is a structure that, similar to ER1, on or during a managed event, the structure would be closed and pumping would occur to fill behind ER3 and raise the water level in Nicoya Creek, which flows off to the left in blue. And as Nicoya Creek rose, it then breaks out onto the floodplain within that water management area 1, and one would undertake a managed event. There is interaction at this location with also private irrigators. So there is a series of private irrigators off Nicoya Creek that pump for consumptive agriculture, irrigation, and domestic purposes. and they pump into Nicoya Creek via a pump station at the confluence of Nicoya Creek and the River Murray. But a relatively busy site, as you can see from the imagery there. There's a large structure to be constructed. There are some temporary, there's some permanent pipelines, temporary pumping, hard stand areas as well, in addition to containment banks and access tracks. Any questions on Water Management Area 1? And sorry, there are, let's call it a blur of structures and names, and I'm happy for questions to come later if people have particular questions on particular structures.
Yeah, I might get you to continue, Mr. White, and we'll hold our questions till the end.
Very good. We'll deal with Water Management Area 2 then. Again, a repetition of Water Management Area 1, private land in the white outline. So quite a bit of private land associated with Water Management Area number 2. A series of structures, all relatively small for Water Management Area 2 that require water from Nicoya Creek to water and inundate that landscape. The J1A regulator is really the starting point for this water management area. Again, box culvert with regulating gates that afford the ability to maintain water behind that structure, and consistent with and as per other locations, a containment bank to enable the impoundment of water up to the managed inundation level proposed. The J1A number 2, so consistent with the ER1 series of structures, same here, within the same containment bank length, there are a series of structures that afford ingress and egress of water, mostly during a natural flood event, but can be activated during a managed event if needed. J1D, you'll note the private land lines there as well, so proximity to private land, so a feature through this water management area. But J1D, again, is a small regulating structure. We also have a water supply point here for construction purposes, so immediately adjacent the Nicoya Creek, it affords us the ability to abstract water from Nicoya Creek during construction for dust suppression and conditioning material as needed. And there's some overviews of what the landscape looks like at the J1D infrastructure location. A J1E, a repetition of J1D in so much as, again, another box culvert with gates and an associated relatively short section of bank in this location to manage or to enable us to manage an event up to the design elevation. Again, the J1F box culvert regulator with gates. It's almost a singular one, I think, here, so relatively small. Good or important to point out, and you can see from the imagery, aerial imagery on the screen there. We've got existing access tracks, so you can see off to the right and towards the bottom, you can see a track heading off away from our yellow construction line. That gives you a sense of it. That's another general access track that exists in this landscape, but under the yellow line that sort of forms the outline of the construction footprint, that is an existing access track, and these structures are on those existing access tracks. J1B, another water supply point, close proximity to Nicoya Creek, so a good opportunity within a construction footprint to get access to water for construction purposes. Again, another bank and another box culvert with regulator. water management area number 3, which is the smallest of all of our water management areas at Belsi-Yungara. There's linkage with water management area number 2 down at the J1C structure, so one can in certain circumstances link the two together, but its predominant mode of operation is via the J1G location, temporary pumping into that water management area and management with infrastructure in that area. So there's not too much infrastructure here. There's a, we can zoom in on the first one, the J1G. Again, a regulator. There's a hard stand temporary pipeline. The regulating structure, which has a containment bank. It's on an existing access track, consistent with most of our other structures. We have the ability for pumping, and that'll be a temporary pipeline, so not permanent. So the frequency of operation is relatively long at this location, so more in the 1 in 10 year or plus horizon. So it's more cost effective to use temporary pipelines, and the use of the hard stand for temporary pumping affords a location for setting up pumps and pumping. So, yep. And then the last, the other location, which is that connection to water management area number 2 to number 3, a small box culvert structure with a short section of bank for the purposes of containing water within that water management area. And the last area of relevance for Belsi-Yungara is Lakes Powell and Carpool, and good and worthy of pointing out, and as you probably picked up, the interaction surrounding Belsi-Yungara of high value irrigation, so connection into and interaction with those areas. So the green rectangular boxes, they are almond plantations through there, so high dependence on irrigation water, and that the water that goes to those locations is also abstracted from Nakoya Creek by private irrigators. But back to water management area number 4, Lake Powell and Carpool. This is we can scroll down. This is driven by a temporary pumping off an extension of Nakoya Creek, but it's called Boniakal Creek, so it has a name change down near the River Murray. But we have a permanent pipeline that comes from Boniakal Creek up to underneath the Murray Valley Highway and to immediately on the southern side of the Murray Valley Highway, where we have a structure to stop water flowing back to Boniakal Creek and pushing water out into Lake Carpool. So a small regulating structure with bank to effectively turn the water or push the water towards the lake and not back towards the river system. So if you just want to scroll, we'll take the pipeline back to the river system. So just scroll down. No, the other way. Oh, then sorry. Yeah. And so we'll show you the extent of the pipeline. That's plenty. Thanks. Yeah. And so the pipeline extends to the hard stand on Boniakal Creek. So you can see there. That's where we would have our temporary pumps when we wanted to run an event. So temporary pumps would be installed into and connected up to a permanent pipeline that makes up the Lake Powell pipeline. It would go up, as you said, go up to and under the highway, and with the Lake Powell box culvert regulator closed, water would then flow into Lake Powell. And in the event it was desired to also run a managed event at Lake Carpool, the Lake Carpool box culvert regulator would be opened and water could flow from Lake Powell to Lake Carpool. So we'll have a look at that Lake Carpool regulator. Again, a relatively small box culvert with gates to it. Access to that side is off the Murray Valley Highway, an existing access track that we are not upgrading, only maintaining. and water then flows through a natural and slightly modified man-made channel across into Lake Carpool. Thanks. We'll scroll down. And that is the last of the slides that we have for Hattah Lakes and Belsiungra.
Thank you. Now, the committee might have some questions. Can I just say this to the committee, that there's information here of some detail on particular parts of infrastructure. The committee has this information with a link, but if at any time during the hearing you wanted to revisit any of this or ask Mr. White a question, we can arrange for that to happen as well, because there's a fair bit of detail there, obviously. But otherwise, Member Kendall, subject to any questions for Mr. White, which there may be, then you might also want to have the break and we'll set up Mr. Sheen, will be our next presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. And thank you for that offer. The committee will certainly take the time to revisit this detailed document throughout the hearing, and if we need to, we'll come back to you with any questions. We do have a couple of questions of clarification, and I'll come to Dr. Briscoe first.
Thank you, Mr. White. Thanks for giving us a detailed description of how the system works. What I was interested in is for some of the parts of the areas, it's not entirely clear from your description how the water gets from the Murray River into them and through them and then back or otherwise.
Yes.
And in particular, if you maybe step us through, I think it's sort of some of them a bit more straightforward than the others. The first one that I wanted a bit more clarity on was the Kalkine one, on the Hattah Kalkine, just to understand how the water gets out of the Murray River and into there and then back to the Murray River if it does get back.
Okay, we might go back up to Hattah Lakes and that particular water management area being Chalker Creek water management area.
Yep.
So up a little further, and so while we get there, and here we are, and there'll be some arrows that come along. We might let the arrows come. So this, and if you recall back to the presentation or video imagery that Mr. Townsend showed, and fairly early on in that presentation, there was a pump station that the drone flew over. So that pump station is the key piece of infrastructure that drives water into Hattah Lakes and into these water management areas as well. So one can assume coming into this that the water flows from the existing TLM project, and the pump station that drives that is still ongoing, and water would make its way further up into these water management areas. So the Chalker Creek and the Lake Bulka water management areas that we talked about, on the back of that TLM pump station, and the infrastructure. If we took the Chalker Creek infrastructure and the K10 regulator, K10 causeway structure, they are the mechanisms that water would then come up against, say, the K10 regulator, and as the water built up, it then spilled out onto the floodplain, as highlighted by this inundation area shown here. Yep. So water has flown down the existing Chalker Creek from the TLM project up to the K10 regulator, which is closed as one comes into operation. And then as pumping continues, the water builds up and then spills out onto the floodplain.
So in effect, you're saying that the under current arrangements, water comes down Chalker Creek from TLM, and then the K10 causeway regulator essentially ponds the water upstream of the causeway. Yes. And then as you let it go, are you creating a surge of water that creates inundation further downstream?
No, the intent is then you're in, on release of the water from the K10 regulator, it would be within the existing Chalker Creek, which runs back to the Murray. Yep.
Right, so the extent of inundation on the existing Chalker Creek, is that then implying it's a wide, shallow water course? So the pink area on your map downstream of the K10 causeway,
yes,
Is that the width of the Chalker Creek?
No, so that's not, and you know, a very fair question. So there are two separate issues. The K10 causeway structure is a structure that enables you to either let water pass through in a managed event onto sort of the right of the image, which, if you recall back, was private land, and so in the event you have consent from the landowner and want to undertake a watering event on that private land, then you would open that causeway and the water would flow out into that landscape. And the pink, that is terminal, if for want of a better term. There isn't a connection back to the river system there. It is inundating a section of the landscape. Water at the K10 regulator, though, is on the Chalker Creek. And that water, if you open that regulator at the end of your event, that water flows back to the River Murray. Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Does that answer or does that help you and clarify?
That helps, yeah.
Yes, good. Yep.
I have a similar question about some of the sections of the Belsa-Yungra.
Yes.
I guess the first one is the water management area 1.
Yes.
And I can sort of see where you're ponding the water, but I wanted to understand where the water's, how it's connected to the Murray River, where the water's coming from and where it's released.
No, perfectly reasonable question. We'll just find the right image so that we don't get into the detail. This will be fine, I think, Chapal. Yeah. Yep. So before, what's useful to note on this one is the location of Nicoya Creek. So as it fills up here with different colours, but if we zoom in on up to ER3 for the purposes of this, so ER3 is the confluence of the River Murray and Nicoya Creek. So Nicoya Creek runs all the way through from the River Murray at ER3 location, all the way through back to the River Murray, down past the ER1 location. And so that's what effectively creates the Belsa-Yungra Island, is that that creek system it creates the island effect between that and the River Murray. So during a managed event for Water Management Area 1, closes the infrastructure, closes the gates at ER1, so at the downstream end. One also closes the gates at ER3 at the upstream end and starts pumping from temporary pumps off the River Murray to pond water and on the downstream side of the ER3 regulator. And in doing so, and with continuous pumping, the level in Nicoya Creek rises and starts to initially fill out on flood runners into Nicoya Creek, but then also across to into the landscape as well. So that and then you've got the other structures that we talked about, the S7s, the S105, those different structures that then stop water escaping back to the River Murray and keep the water on the floodplain, be it either in flood runners or the landscape more generally. Once the event in duration has been conducted and the CMA would give direction as to when that event is completed, then water, the ER1 structure is the main return back to the River Murray under most managed event situations. And so water would then return back to Nicoya Creek through the different flood runners off the floodplain and then back through the ER1 structure. It is possible under certain events, so if you had water quality or you had a natural flood event coming on the back of a managed event, that you can open some of the other structures, say the S7 or whatever, and return some water back to the River Murray. But under most managed event scenarios, the water comes back to Nicoya Creek and through ER1. So can we go down to ER1? Thanks, Chapal. So, yep. And I'll show you its proximity to the River Murray. Yep. Yeah, so everything comes back. We'll zoom in a little further on that just to give you a bit more context. Zoom in, please. Yeah. You can see Nicoya Creek there. I guess a thin line, but it connects back up to the River Murray. So ER1 is reasonably close to the River Murray. The water comes back off the floodplain into Nicoya Creek, upstream of ER1, then back through ER1 into Nicoya Creek and into the River Murray. Yep.
Is it possible to get some explanation for water management areas 2 and 3? Just to cover that again. Just following the water through.
No, perfectly fine. Yeah, I think water management area 4 is reasonably well understood. Similar again, that ideally on the back of a water management area number 1 event, that you've got a raised level in Nicoya Creek. The J series of structures, as we step through, would be closed. You would avail yourself of pumping opportunities at the J1A to push water out into that water management area 2, so slightly higher in the landscape again, and it would inundate that area, and then it returns back through the J1A structure after the event has concluded, and the alternate under certain circumstances or whatever may occur. The other J structures could be operated, but the primary mode of operation is into and out of J1A. Yep. And the J1G series of structures and the water management area number 3 is similar again, that it comes into from J1G in a temporary pumping sense and would return back via J1G. It is possible with that connection at J1C to connect up water management area number 2 and 3 and fill via water management area number 2, but its primary mode of operation is through the J1G and filling that section. Yep.
Okay, thanks for that. That's very helpful.
Sorry, there's lots of J's and E's and S's, but and happy to come back once you've had more time to digest and answer any questions. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just one further question, which is topical on the back of you saying there are a lot of J's. Mr. White, I was just wondering if you could shed some light on the coding for the infrastructure.
Yes, I'll try. It's a legacy item, so just stop far, from I guess sort of almost pre-business case days, when they were with so many structures across the projects, trying to come up with a naming sequence that that afforded a level of differentiation to an individual structure and some ability to identify where one is in the landscape. So, Member Kendall, I can't give you a lot more than that. That it's a historical legacy item of when they set the projects up, and in an attempt to differentiate them across the projects and within the project, so one knew where one was. The only that's all I can shed some light on. Yep.
No, that's great.
I suspect if we sat down again today, we may give them a different name.
I was wondering if I was missing some cryptic clue there. I was trying to work out what the genesis might be. So thank you. That's helpful to know. So given the time, there are no further questions from the committee. Thank you very much for your extensive presentation there. We've covered a lot of material, and as I mentioned, we will make sure we spend the time to get to know it and come back via the proponent if we have any further questions. Mr. Townsend, is it looking at the time, and I think you mentioned earlier it's a good time to have a break?
Yes.
Okay.
That's okay, and we'll invite, during the break, we'll get Mr. Shan to test he's connected and the like. Yep.
Yes, fantastic. So we'll come back at 3:25, and thank you again to Mr. White for your presentations. We'll see everyone shortly.
Thank you.
Rochelle, are you able to unshare your screen for a sec?
No worries.
Surface water, groundwater,
I can see that perfectly.
Beautiful. Excellent. I'll stop sharing and we'll wait till people come back.
No worries.
Is there a way of right.
Great, thank you everyone. Welcome back. Just waiting a moment till everybody's with us. Great, thank you. Mr. Townsend, I'll hand directly to you to continue.
Thanks very much. We've got Mr. Sheen on screen and the slides. He'll be going to document number 114. And presently I'll ask you to screen share those, Mr. Sheen. But before I do, what is your full name?
Full name is Nicholas Ryan Sheehan.
And Mr. Sheen, we've described you in the Part B by your role as a River Management Director at the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Perhaps you might just expand a little on what that role is and perhaps some of your roles or other association with water management in Victoria and in the Murray.
Okay. So probably best to do this chronologically. Most relevant to this project, I've held roles at the Mallee CMA for a period of around about 12 years, including work in the development of the Hatter and Belsa projects. More recently, over the last 18 months, I've been working with the Murray-Darling Basin Authority to support states in delivering projects like Hatter and Belsa. And in the last couple of months, I've transitioned to a role where I will be supporting the work to reconcile these projects within the basin plan, and the meaning of that is to basically determine the value of their contribution to reducing water buybacks under the basin plan.
And you've been asked by us to help inform the committee about the Hatter Lakes and the Belsa projects in the context of the basin plan, and you've prepared some slides for the purpose of doing that. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, I'm going to invite you. Were you able? Did you listen in much? Have you heard much of Mr. White's presentation?
Yeah. Yes, I sat in on Josh's presentation, on Mr.
Excellent.
White's presentation.
That's okay. Well, what you'll see is that was very much a site location, geographical, and an actual description of the infrastructure. And it really falls to you to take us back and put that into some policy context. But if there's anywhere where it overlaps or you feel it's not needed to repeat, we'll leave that in your hands. But otherwise, I think it's valuable. You just take us through your slides as you see fit. And let's see if they screen share at this stage. Well, I've got that, and I assume the chair has too. So
yes, all good. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. I'll go on mute for a moment, and we're in your hands, Mr. Shan.
Excellent. Thanks, everyone, for giving me a few moments of your day to talk through the context of the Hatter and Belsa projects within the basin plan. So I'll step first through a very abridged history of the of water management in the Murray-Darling Basin, just because it helps frame the context for what the basin plan is, and then where these projects sit within it. Please don't worry about being able to read the text on this diagram. This is a diagram that you can obtain from the Murray-Darling Basin Authority's website. If you search for Murray-Darling Basin timeline, this will come up relatively quickly. So above the sort of central grey line here with the dates on, we have sort of flow history within the Murray-Darling Basin. And it really is a very sort of wild ride of droughts and floods right the way throughout the recorded history of flows in the Murray-Darling Basin there. And that to a certain extent has influenced the way that as a community we've responded to to that with infrastructure and policy decisions over the past 150 years. So below the dark grey line with the dates, we have grey blobs announcing when new structures were built within the river. Early on, they're a little bit around managing small areas of the and water storages within the basin. There's a period of construction of locks and weirs to better facilitate navigation, and then a very intensive period of storage construction. And of course, the purpose of those storages is to keep the water from the very wet times and allow it to be released during the dry times, and provide a degree of security and dependability for those that use water resources within the basin for agriculture and town water supply and those sorts of things. It's worth noting that by the end of the 1970s, there's a little bit of a break in construction activity, and then a very significant nature of construction change. So the projects you see starting in 2003 there are really about addressing some of the ecological impacts that prior construction works and river management activities have caused on the broader river system. So there's a very real transition in construction activities as we move to start to address the impacts of large amounts of significant water regulation and extraction. Similarly, in the green text callouts, we've got policy interventions. So rather than building things, this is all about establishing rules and governing the sharing of the resource and so on. So we see a fairly sort of sparse start to things in the 1860s, where there's a recognition that there will need to be rules around the sharing of the resource. And that sort of intensifies, and in particular droughts tend to trigger policy responses that they tend to highlight deficiencies in existing policy settings and highlight the need for adjustment. That happens through the first part of the 20th century there, and there's a bit of a flurry towards the 1967 and 1968 there. But again, you see a bit of a gap there. And the next set of policy interventions are around managing water scarcity within the basin in the face of basically all of the engineering options to secure the resource being utilised already or taken up already, and competition for the scarce resource of water really intensifying, and then following from that, the impact of this intense competition starting to intensify. So we see policy interventions around water sharing, salinity management, and then water apportionment between consumptive use and environmental allocations towards the end there. So the projects that we're talking about today fit within the basin plan, and the basin plan's basic premise is around better distributing water between consumptive use like irrigation and town supply and those sorts of things, and environmental needs, recognising that prior to the establishment of the basin plan, water was over allocated to the point where it was having a significant adverse impact on the ecological values of the Murray River, and that impact was not sustainable. So the next slide that I've got here is really just illustrating the scale of the interventions. So this is a schematic of the Murray River system. Again, it's obtainable from the MDVA's website. We see the large circles on the river course as major storages, and along the river course, we also see some sort of triangular sections of blue. They're the weir pools. Originally, the weir pools were intended for sort of facilitating navigation, easing the passage of boats during dry times, those sorts of things, when paddle steamers were the primary transport of materials out of the basin. But they've since formed part of the network of structures that provide water security and dependable water supplies around towns and things like that. The orange areas are irrigation areas. So what we can see from this diagram is that the interventions are many, they're distributed right throughout the system, and they're quite large. So this is a bit of a list of some of the main things that have impacted on the health of the Murray floodplain. Of course, there's been catchment clearing and irrigation, removal of habitats, change flows in the river, salinity impacts. The main one that's driving the projects like what we're talking about today are the creation of dams and water diversions. These things substantially change the flow and flooding regimes and continue to cause a decline in condition on the floodplains to this day. There's been forest harvesting, river and timber cutting for riverboat fuel and those sorts of things. Drainage works, pest plants and animals have been problems as well, and flood management works in relatively isolated areas. But really the key point that these projects are about addressing is this change flow and flooding regime. So that's what I wanted to talk about there. Now this table is taken from some modelling work that informed some early work under the Basin Plan. So it predates the development of these projects. It doesn't represent really current modelling, but what it does do is explain the context that some of these projects were developed in. So the table looks at 4 sites, which at the time they were being called hydrological indicator sites. So they were sites along the Murray River where flow thresholds and durations had been determined that would sort of help describe conditions that would create a healthy floodplain, certainly in terms of flow. So we've got Barmah-Millawa Forest, Gunbower, Condrook, Paracuta Forest, Hatter Lakes, and the Riverland Chowla floodplain. So Hatter Lakes is probably the most relevant section for what we're talking about today. You can see that they've identified a range of flows for Hatter Lakes between 40 and 150,000 megalitres per day. The column to the right of the flow description talks about the target frequency for that type of flow for ecological health. The without development column is a awkward bit of terminology, basically explaining the what would have been natural frequency for these things. So without the dams, without irrigation, without any interventions in the river system, this is the modelled frequency that these things would happen at. So key to note that often the target frequency, or almost, yes, in every instance, the target frequency is less than the modelled natural frequency of these things. The baseline column talks about pre-basin plan conditions. So what was going on prior to the basin plan with all the water diversions in place and so on and so forth. So from that, you can see that, let's take that 40,000 meg a day flow, for example, for 60 days. The target frequency for that to say that it's in good condition was 40 to 50% of years. Naturally, it was modelled to have been happening in 67, so a percent of years. So that's roughly 2/3 of years. And pre-basin plan, these things were this sort of event was happening in 30% of years. So from natural to pre-basin plan, we're seeing a reduction of more than half of the frequency. So the gap between events is now twice as long. That has obvious ecological implications in terms of how often things are getting to breed, how often plants are getting to set seed, if they're surviving that duration between the events. And that carries right the way through all of those flow thresholds. The set of multicolours.
I'm sorry, I thought you were going to change slides. I'll ask it now. You can say when, but you might just give us an indication of what date this slide or what year this belonged to.
Roughly 2011, this information was produced. So it's prior to the development of these projects.
Yes.
Yeah. So the 4 columns on the right-hand side of this chart are possible scenarios being considered at the time this slide was produced. So the coding, I guess you would call it, or the terminology BP is basin plan. What would the basin plan do? And the number is a sort of a postulated water recovery figure or environmental entitlement figure. And the RC stands for relaxed constraints. The meaning of relaxed constraints is that projects would be done to reduce restrictions to the delivery of environmental water down the main stem of the Murray, and that might be things like flood easements or modifications to infrastructure such as bridges or roads adjacent to the waterway. Basically removing legal restrictions or reasonable legal restrictions on the delivery of environmental water down the main river, so that flooding could happen all the way down to these sites. So the 4 scenarios we have there cover 2,800 gigalitres of environmental water being available and 3,200 gigalitres of environmental water being available with and without relaxed constraints. What we can see for Hatter Lakes is that most of the proposed scenarios under the basin plan do a pretty good job in that 40 to 50,000 megalitre per day sort of flow threshold range. But after that, it becomes much more difficult. And the grey in that table indicates that targets around 120 and 150,000 were not even pursued under the modelling that was undertaken there. So with this sort of information floating around, projects like Hatter and Belser were developed to better address the environmental water requirements of those higher parts of the floodplain that need the higher flows. I think that's enough yabbering about that slide in particular, but it's an important little bit of information that helps you understand where the projects came from. Another way of illustrating that is to use modelled hydrographs. This is modelled Murray River flows just upstream of the South Australian border across 3 scenarios. So the blue is modelled natural flows, so using the terminology from the previous slide, without development. So that's what would be happening if there had been no dams or irrigation, extraction and those sorts of things in place. The red is pre-basin plan conditions, and the green, is the difference that water recovery under the basin plan would make. So there's a couple of key things that you can see from this slide. First thing is that basin plan water recovery does not fully reinstate natural flows. That's critical to the explaining the need for these projects. Second one is that we have a relatively wet time in the 90s on the right, and of course the millennium drought. Oh, sorry, come on, Nick. We have a relatively wet time in the 90s on the left of the screen, and a relatively dry time, well, not relatively, an incredibly dry time during the Millennium drought on the right side of the screen. In both instances, regardless of whether the conditions are wet or dry, the impacts on natural flows are clearly visible with and without the basin plan. So the impact is that the flows are, even when the big flows are on in the river, they're not as large, which means the extent of flooding is reduced, and they do not last as long, which means that the duration of inundation of the floodplain is reduced. That has significant impacts on the ecology. Those impacts are really magnified during dry conditions like the Millennium drought. And the reason for that is that nothing works quite as well as an empty dam at capturing water. In wet times, the dams are sort of 3/4 full, that sort of thing, and they'll overflow and you'll get a bit of a spike down the system. But in really dry times, the dams are pretty good at capturing just about every drop that goes into the top of the system. So while we may have our irrigators and communities hurting because their allocations are low, the impact on the environment is magnified significantly above that, because we're prioritising collection of water for consumptive use in those dry times. That's just how the system works. So that's a useful way, I think, to think of the need for these projects, because although the Basin Plan does a wonderful job in bringing more water back for the environment and giving environmental water managers more options, it particularly in the lower half of the system does not go close to reinstating natural flows. And as a result of that, in particular, the high areas of the floodplain will suffer. So these projects were formulated with a view to targeting those higher areas of the floodplain, like the black box communities. So we get to the Basin Plan. So the Basin Plan is a requirement of the Water Act. The Water Act came about or was amended in 2007. Large amount of money was allocated to improve water efficiency and to address over allocation of water for rural Australia. And that's where we see this sort of buyback of water coming from. This has had bipartisan support as a broad plan right the way throughout its life. There's been heated discussion about the detail of implementation, but bipartisan support for the delivery of the plan. So we get to 2012, and we have the Basin Plan becoming sort of a really publicly discussed thing, and we have a lot of discussion around the scale of water buyback under the plan. And the idea is floated that perhaps there are ways to achieve environmental outcomes in some areas in a more water efficient manner, and as a result of that, perhaps not so much water would be needed to be bought back. It doesn't abolish, and the idea is that water is still required to be bought back, but perhaps that volume can be adjusted. So that's where the idea of sustainable diversion limit adjustment mechanism comes from. And these projects are sustainable diversion limit adjustment mechanism projects in the context of the Basin Plan. So because of the environmental outcomes of these projects, in terms of being able to water higher floodplain, less water is likely to be required to be brought back from consumptive use. So there's an enormous amount of scientific discussion, debate, and review of the process. It's been independently reviewed by Australian and international scientists, And really importantly, the plan also takes into account a wide range of social and economic information. So the Commonwealth Minister responsible for water adopted the plan on the 22nd of November 2012, and on the 29th of November it received bipartisan support in Parliament. Noting that that's sort of Commonwealth Parliament, so the plan itself has interactions with state water management. I was going to say responsibilities, but they're really areas of areas that state governments have responsibility in terms of managing water and having laws about the management of water. The Commonwealth government can make laws about obviously the Commonwealth, but the states have a water management framework of their own, and there is a need for states to agree to the implementation of the basin plan. That happens through ministerial council, which is really a council of water ministers from across the basin coming together to negotiate the detail of the implementation of the plan and broader river management issues. It extends well beyond the plan. So the aim of the basin plan is to bring the basin back to a healthier and sustainable level while continuing to support farming and other industries for the benefit of the Australian community. It is complementary to other water management arrangements, including natural resource management and other Commonwealth state government policies. So it doesn't gazump everything, but it fits in with and alongside many other state and Commonwealth government policies. So the terminology I used before, the sustainable diversion limits, is really an expression of the amount of water that has been determined to be sustainable to be extracted from the system, and those limits have been the centre of heated debate right the way throughout the life of the plan to date. But broadly speaking, there are limits set for 29 surface water areas and 80 groundwater areas across the basin. There are limits that guide how much water can be used in each area of the basin, and they consider climate, trade, usage patterns, and development and infrastructure. They really are an estimate on how much water was used in the basin before the plan and how much can sustainably done before post-basin plan. And they work in with the current system of entitlements and allocations and local water use plans and rules. It is an extraordinarily tangled web. And of course, for each of those areas, the basin plan requires water resource plans, and they are a key part of how each state explains how they will comply with the sustainable diversion limits and how the states are held accountable to those sustainable diversion limits. These water resource plans are in place across most of the basin. There are some remaining to be delivered in New South Wales at the moment, and New South Wales are working very hard to deliver their remaining water resource plans. But they are absolutely fundamental to the delivery of the basin plan and state accountability within the basin plan. So I've sort of covered this already. So the basin plan sets out those sustainable diversion limits, which are how much water can be used in the Murray-Darling Basin while leaving enough water to sustain natural ecosystems. To provide flexibility in delivering the plan, the basin plan includes a mechanism to adjust sustainable diversion limits in the Southern Basin. And the mechanism requires a suite of projects to be implemented to allow environmental outcomes to be achieved in alternate ways. There are also other types of projects beyond the type that we're looking at here that are around delivering irrigation water more efficiently and thereby allowing some of that water to be returned to the environment via that mechanism. So lots of swings and roundabouts in the system. So the two projects that we're talking about here today are 2 of the 9 VMFRP projects. Those 9 are a subset of the 36 SDL adjustment mechanism projects. So these fit within a much bigger group of projects under the Basin Plan. And this is just a little bit of a schematic talking about water recovery at a different point in time. We have the Basin Plan specifying that 2750 gigalitres of water would need to be recovered, and at this point in time, at the point in time that this graphic was created, 2035 gigalitres had been recovered. Now that includes all the water held by the Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder in the Murray systems, as well as the previous living Murray water. So that's a sort of a whole of environmental entitlement for the Murray, if you like. 2,000 gigalitres is a significant volume of water, and yeah, certainly not to be sneezed at. So the bottom part of this diagram is illustrating sort of how the supply projects or the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism projects fit in. So the 605 gigalitres of supply projects is the notional water value of the 36 projects as originally planned or originally proposed in 2015. And the 450 gigalitres of efficiency projects is sort of the proposed opportunity to find irrigation water that can be delivered more efficiently and thereby return another 450 gigalitres of water to the environment. So all told, that delivers an equivalent environmental value according to this system of 3,200 gigalitres worth of water available to the Murray system. So the timelines for the delivery of these projects, and these are starting to get quite tight now, is in 2017, there was sort of an announcement to proceed with the projects following agreement in federal parliament to allocate funding to the execution of these projects. The projects have been sort of further developed from their original business case forms during the interim, and we have governments, Basin state governments, working to deliver those projects through till mid-2024, which is the sort of legislated timeline for delivery of these projects. In terms of who's responsible for which part, supply and constraints project delivery are Basin state governments' responsibilities, funded by the Commonwealth though. Efficiency projects are contracted and funded by the Commonwealth Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment. That's a bit dated now, but the assurance and reconciliation. So confirmation that these projects work as originally proposed and deliver outcomes is the responsibility of the MDBA. And the MDBA also has responsibility for technical support and coordination. So obviously there's a whole range of projects here that need to be integrated within operation of the River Murray system. So we get to a point now where we say lots of things have to come together to enable operation of the VMFRP projects in the reach of river that we're talking about here. Existing e-water prioritisation and coordination processes are already in place and are capable of incorporating CITLAM projects. And the reason that we know that is that they already operate with the Living Murray projects, which are similar in scale and operational requirements to the VMFRP project. And more recently, the South Australian SDL adjustment projects in SARFIP at Pike and Catarapco have come online, demonstrating that they really just fit into the existing project. Huge number of parts of the basin plan that will change the flow environment within this reach, enabling the use of these works. So that water recovered will be flowing down the system and supporting the operation of these projects. There's a whole lot of operational improvements that happen as part of BAU in the Murray-Darling Basin Authority. Each and every year, the authority looks at how its operations have played out and what can be tweaked, what can be improved. How do we do a better job of delivering to the environment? How do we better supply our consumptive users? That's BAU for any normal government agency. And of course, lessons are going to be learned about the operation and integration of these works within the system. So that's a really important thing to note, that these things will continue to evolve in how they're used. They're just a set of tools to allow delivery of water. The building of these things doesn't fix anything. What it does is enable the delivery of water, which does go some way to addressing the lack of floods and the nature of those floods. So early when the project was talking to me, they asked me to perhaps provide a little bit of a talk about how these sites relate to the flooding that was going on and is still going on, although we're very definitely in recession now. So the recent flooding that's gone through here has been the largest flooding that's occurred since the 1956 floods. The height and extent of the flooding exceeds the inundation delivered by the proposed works, and Josh did a really good, Mr. White did a really good job of illustrating that in his slideshow. These high flows will provide much needed water to the higher floodplain sites, which buys a little bit of time for the ecology sitting behind these things until water is required again. It's a great thing to see, but it doesn't fix the problem in the longer term, because everything we have suggests that the gaps between watering events are still going to be too long for the ecology of those areas. Also worth noting that floods of this scale do have significant impacts on communities along the river. And so the township of Echuca and places like that suffered significant community impacts as a result of flooding like this, and projects like these allow delivery of water to mimic these higher flows without those sorts of impacts on the community. So that's worth noting. So this is just a photo from 2014 showing environmental water being held against the Bitterang levee. So that's actually during an operation of the Living Murray Works, but you can see the purpose of the levee there is to stop that water going north into the Bitterang North area. And the reason that levee was installed was that the Bitterang North area does not require watering as frequently as the area on the south side of the levee. So if we had been watering Bitterang North as frequently as Bitterang South, we would have been overdoing it and damaging the ecology the other way. This is a shot I grabbed out of the window of a Melbourne Mildura flight earlier in the year, and it shows, or actually late last year, and it shows water overtopping the Bitterang levee. So the Bitterang levee is that sort of line you can see in the water on the left-hand side of the image. So that's just showing what should happen when water's there in a big natural event. And really the purpose of the works in the Bitterang levee are about providing a flow path without the levee needing to overtop for these sorts of flows to happen. This is a picture of one of the other regulators at Hatta going under during 2014. So you can see that the gates are wide open but even still, the water is flowing over the top. So the intent of these things is not to hold back natural floods. In fact, there's no way known you could hold back a natural flood with any of these sorts of bits of infrastructure. The gates are set open during floods, and the water, if it can't get through the gates, is intended to go over the top of structures and through the spillways, as Josh talked about earlier. Just another shot of the same site. That's another levee elsewhere in Hattah, again, just overtopped in natural flow. And you can see that the water's the same height on both sides. That's all I had to deliver in a structured way this Arvo. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. I have a couple of questions. Firstly, thank you for your presentation. With the timeframes that you mentioned with the legislative driver to have the projects delivered by 2024, I was just wondering if you could explain any implications of if that timeline isn't met.
That's an excellent question and a live question at the moment. There is widespread recognition among basin states and Commonwealth agencies that there is a risk that these projects may overrun that time, and a considerable amount of work is going on at the moment to understand what changes would be required to legislation and policy to enable the delivery of these projects, subject to them not be overrunning too significantly. So obviously the Commonwealth Government doesn't want to sort of lose that time urgency, but it also doesn't want to lose good projects.
Thank you. And you spoke briefly about the reporting requirements for the existing projects, such as the TLM. And I'm just wondering if you're familiar with the proposed reporting requirements of the matter before this committee, so the EES Central projects, and whether their reporting requirements are comparable or the proposed reporting is comparable with the existing projects.
That's something probably best handled by Mallee CMA, I think.
Thank you.
In this instance, it's 18 months since I left, and I'm sure things have come along.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just one further question around the delivery timeframe, to the extent that you're able to respond, whether the current floods are impacting at all on the delivery timeframe or likely to impact on it.
I would expect they would have some impact, but that's probably best answered by Mr. White.
Yes, sure, no problem. Thank you. So no further questions from the committee, and thank you very much for coming along and presenting to us.
Thank you, my pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. If Mr. Sheehan can be excused.
Yes.
Member Kendall, it's what, 4:10. It's better for us not to start, because we can go to stay in our order if we have the environment water holder first up tomorrow morning, because she'll be available at 10 o'clock. That would have been our next presenter. And I should say we're noting those questions just for argument's sake, or just asked where a reference went to Mallee CMA. We'll contact Mr. Kellerman, who's coming tomorrow from the CMA, with certainly the first of those questions, if not the second. And we'll also contact Mr. White again about anything we can assist you with on how the floods might impact construction timeframes and the like. So we're listening carefully to these questions, and we had encouraged these people to say to you, ask someone else for exactly that reason, so that we can keep in touch with everybody for you. But if it's all right with you, we wouldn't take it any further today. We'd rise there and come back in the morning for the balance of the presentation.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Townsend. That certainly suits the committee as well. So I'm happy to rise now at 4:10, and we'll reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you very much.